Okay. Hopefully everyone can hear me. I say everyone, but maybe no one is in here. Oh, Ben is in here. Nice. Oh, hello, Shay. I just got in, so I haven't been able to respond to your question. But I think I can answer before we get into everything here. So Shay asked in Discord, there are more elements of AI to be considered besides just what belongs to who. There are things that are potentially unstoppable if a long way off. I'm wondering about the potential for AI to one day be skilled enough to replace the need for ghostwriting altogether, for example. I'm going to be real. Okay? AI is going to be the judgment day. It is going to help thresh the wheat of creatives and determine who is there for the love of it and who is there for the profit of it. Because in my opinion, I do think AI will one day replace artists. They will replace musicians. They will replace voice actors. They will replace animators. They may even replace actors. And they will replace writers. I honestly believe it's a question of when, not if. Now, is it pretty black-pilled? Maybe. But I think it's just a matter of when will it happen, not if it will happen. And on that day, people will totally buy handcrafted creative products. Absolutely. In fact, there will be some people who will pride themselves on consuming only handcrafted material in the very same way that certain elites, certain rich people seek out and flaunt their ability to support or patronize local artists and have local handmade or more organically made furniture or decorations or art. So there's an aspect where profit will still be able to be made despite the research, like the arrival of a complete AI. But for the most part, people will struggle to compete with how much AI can put out versus how much a person can put out. And yeah, I think it's inevitable. It's inevitable. And honestly, given how crappy some stuff is written today by average humans, I don't think it's necessarily like the end of the world, but it definitely is going to be the end of people who are in it for money. Because it just won't, you're not going to be hired by other people to do it unless other people, how can I say it? Unless other people have a desire to take active steps to support human crafted product. There could be a potential kind of almost Luddite movement where an elitism could arise where people will socially shame anyone who is using AI. What instance am I? /instance. 3. I'm in 3. So for example, I could also see a future where AI is used for generating general content, and then writers will come in to tweak that general content and make it a bit more human and more flowy. But my gut instinct is that eventually AI will be good enough to replace not just ghostwriters, but actual writers. And the people who are left writing in the devastation of their profitable industry, the people who are left writing will be doing so because they care about it. And there will be people who will read it. They will read the human crafted stuff as much as they will enjoy the AI crafted stuff. And I think there are many artists, both disingenuous and not disingenuous, who are, for lack of a better word, they are freaking out over AI. But my personal takeaway is that if you really love your art, you will do it whether or not it will bring in tons of money, whether or not the industry is squeezing you out. You will still put it out there. You will share it with whoever will listen to you because it's part of who you are. It's your expression. Right now, we're having a lot of people who probably are in the industry because they love it. It's part of their self-expression, and they're scared. And they have every right to be scared and worried, for sure. Absolutely. But there are also probably a lot of creatives out there who have no business making money off of people from their shitty work, and they're also scared. And I don't care about them. That's my odd takeaway. And it's right now, it's actually hitting self-publishing. Okay, it's hitting the self-publishing world. I was talking with a friend about what do you use for your book cover, and apparently, if you're caught using AI art for your book cover, you are a dead doo-doo. They will come hunting for you. Certain niche groups have it out for anyone who uses AI art. And there was an author in a certain sub-niche who was caught using AI for their book cover, and they were ostracized and socially shamed by the community of readers and writers. It was a group thing, right? But remember, this is a sub-niche of romance. It's a sub-niche of romance. And so there's a tribalism that will happen, right? And for better or for worse, they went after and hounded this author. So I talked with my friend who warned me, and they said, look, don't use AI. Just don't use it. So I am a bit right now, I'm in a bit of a quandary because I have a really nice book cover planned for my trilogy, but the backgrounds are AI generated. So I'm not 100% certain what I'm going to do. I could actually sit down and hand trace the AI and color it in because I do have some artistic ability, but it would be kind of a waste of time. So I'm a bit, I'm in a bit of quandary. For me, I think I agree with Shay. So this is what Shay said, okay? Just like I said earlier, if someone creates an AI piece of art, they should not try to pass it off as belonging to some other artist they ask the AI to imitate. And it should not look so recognizably like that person's art that everyone assumes that artist composed it. So there's an art form. I'm not sure if everyone's familiar with the I'm not sure if everyone's familiar with the concept of pointillism, but it's a form of art. And this pointillism was made famous by I believe it was Monet. I could be wrong. Or was it Seurat or something like that? Forget the name. Google. No, let's do DuckDuckGo. DuckDuckGo. Pointillism. Famous art. It was this one. It's the one with the people in the park. Yeah, it's Seurat. Oh my lord. I can't believe I remembered. I'll show chat. So this person is super famous. Super famous. Okay. All right. This is called pointillism. And anytime you do pointillism, it's sometimes it's going to look like this, but it isn't this, right? This is another point of pointillism by Signac. Here's another pointillism by Luce. This is by Pétain-Jean. French people really liked pointillism. This is another Seurat. Pointillism. Cross. Okay, so at what point is your pointillism copying? At what point is it copying? Right? So I think this is where things get iffy, right? It's one thing to copy a master or be heavily inspired by a master, but there is a whole other point to pointillism where you are exploring something. So I agree with Shay on this one that as long as you're not trying to be like someone else and you're not trying to steal their voice or you're not trying to steal their actual work, I think anything is fair game. It's when you try to pretend to be another artist that I think that's cheapskate. Yeah. Now then, Shay asks another question here. Okay, Shay then talks. It says, especially if, say, GPT has scraped from Google Books or something else, some other works she has previously ghostwritten, and is by doing so to her and many other ghostwriters becoming their own future competition. Shay, about a year ago, the platform that I worked for decided to include an AI bot onto the platform. The idea was to help the customers feel a bit more empowered to create outlines and things like that. And they also said that writers who got stuck with writing a sentence or two could feel free to use this specific AI that they trained to help them ideate sentences for work. But there's a plagiarism scan that runs, and if the work it reaches over 5% plagiarism or AI content, let's just say that the client gets the refund and the ghostwriter is kicked. So as soon as they incorporated the AI into the platform, let's just say they approached me. Remember, I'm a premium writer on this platform. I was working very, very hard to achieve a certain level, and my work did pay off. And they came to me and they asked me, would you be willing to try our platform for free? And we would like you to try out all the services and let us know as a writer how this platform helps you or doesn't help you as a writer. As soon as I saw the AI bot, I started getting worried. I reached out and I said, I noticed you have an AI bot. Are you scraping our work to to feed it into the bot? And they were like, no. And I was like, okay. But they could have lied to me. And the thought that my work would be used to train an AI bot that would one day take ghostwriting away from other people, it's gross to me. I think it's kind of gross. That being said, once again, there will always be elitist people who will want to hire real people to do it. Like the same kinds of people will spend a ton of money for a car that is still largely made by hand and not made by robots. Or by people who go to Italian tailors who hire craftsmen to do haute couture. So there are always going to be those kinds of people who will reach out and want human created products. It's just the market's going to shrink, and only the people who really care about the art genre or the act of creating art will remain. Is that a bad thing? I don't know. I know that a lot of people are going to lose their jobs. And it makes me wonder, where are those people going to go? Are we just going to see more tents? There's a lot of tent cities in my city. Where are we all going to work? Are we all going to be janitors like Johnny? It's not a good feeling, let me tell you that. Yeah. Even if it doesn't impact me directly, I know that a lot of the future children are going to have a really tough, very tough. Yeah. So today, as everyone can see, I'm playing some Dawntrail. I have just started. I haven't done anything, so no one's behind. I'm just going to do one couple other thing. I'm just gonna I'm gonna mute myself temporarily. I will be back in a couple seconds. Okay, let's see. They can learn to code, as some would say mockingly, to blue-collar workers losing their job. Yeah. Yeah, you know it, VLX. Absolutely. Every existing art genre was once a single artist. Yeah, Shay. In many cases, absolutely, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm imagining that people are going to lose their jobs. It's going to be tough. It's going to be gross. But I think that the people who can't help but create will continue to create. And that is my belief. So I don't think the process of creation itself will be harmed. But I think that making money will definitely be impacted. So how's chat today? We got Ben in here. Human spirit will prevail. Yeah. I'm a closet idealist, VLX, covered by a thick shroud of black pill. We got Jonathan in here. We got Murokos. We got Shay. We have VLX. I hope everyone's doing well. I was out tonight having dinner with my parents. They live in a different part of the province, far in the north. Not far in the north, but, you know, much further northward than myself. So I only see them a couple times a year because I don't drive. So I have to take a trade. So we went out. We had a lovely restaurant dinner out on a patio, went for a walk by the water. I'm good. Made a bunch of stuff today. Ran some content and chatted with Miro. He gave me a chair mat. Oh, nice. Very, very nice. Did Miro craft that? Was that a crafted mount? Hope I am doing well. Very, very nice, Mirokos. That's cool. Yeah, I'm planning to craft minions and mounts with a party one day. I made a bunch of stuff. Okay, so Ben's been busy. Do you think there's a lot more live performance art coming to the next? Could generations be interested in art? AI will never, for example, be able to recreate a Highland concert unless VR gets that good. Yeah, I think VR could, and like fake live performances could get some people who enjoy, right? There's two kinds of people, right, in the world. There's the people who enjoy from just observing and people who experience. There's that. But if the pendulum swings too far into the VR and the AI, I think humanity will subconsciously sense the lack of soul, and as a necessary mechanism for self-protection, I think a lot of people will return to Renaissance fairs, cultural expressions. We could see a resurgence in pagan culture, hippie culture, a lot of people going back to nature. And because like you can only take so much, I think. It's a rare individual who can be entirely, you know. Yes, VLX, you think it's already happening? Yeah, you're right. I do think it is. Or we just arrive at the backstory to the Matrix. Yeah. Yeah, I actually think that the recent interest, I don't know if everyone, you know, trawls on YouTube, but there is like shaman ambiances and things like that. And I think a large portion of that is because people want to return to a more organic form of cultural interaction, expression. So even if you could recreate a Highlung concert in VR, I think there will be people who will seek it out to have a physical experience. And yeah, that will never go away. So I think humans are ultimately, for the most part, experiential. Koana is thinking about the feet of ice. Scaling a massive mountain, fighting an elector, battle against a legendary monstrosity. Yes, you could say I'm a little tired. I thought the villagers would be in hiding. Alphino's confidence in us must have reassured them. expect I would be asked to track many things during the course of our journey. But Valar Gamanda was not among them. You don't say. Okay. Before we do anything else, we should talk to Furler. Okay.
To the temple, then.
Okay. Voicers.
That won't be necessary, heroes of the hour. Valigarmanda is no more. Yours is a victory worthy of song.
We had plans for a second feat to be conducted here in town, but the recklessness of your fellow claimant has rendered them pointless.
A second feat?
The feat of ice. You were to fortify Valigarmanda's prison. How shall we proceed, High Luminary?
What more would we test, Zurmurwer? They have defeated the Sky Ruin and saved the gods know how many lives. If they are not worthy heirs to Gulul Jaljar, then no one is.
Oh, here we go. Mr. Crazy but reliable.
Now that our last claimant has arrived, we can proceed with the formalities. For the skill and bravery the three of you have shown, I award you each a second keystone.
I feel like I deserve this. Catboy. Longtail.
That makes 5. Only 2 left to collect.
Except that one of those 5 is in Bakul Jaja's thieving hands. He will answer for that. And for losing Valigarmanda.
You have brought lasting tranquility to our home and earned the gratitude of every Yokui. May glory and prosperity continue to bless Tuliolol as we enter this new age.
Was never much of a talker, our brother. If you're up for it, you should visit the capital. I'd like everyone to get to know you and your people better.
Ha! I'll consider it. If it's one of you two who claims the throne.
Then you need only await a missive from Sunperch. I'll be sending out invitations.
Oh dear. He's certain. I'm worried.
Today is a day for unusual visitors.
Oh, is this the racist bro?
Was it not? I doubted you could slay Valigarmanda, but the quiet skies proclaim your triumph.
Once again, we find ourselves in your debt.
You owe us nothing. We fought because we wanted to.
Yet a debt has been incurred. All the same, it will haunt me if I do not repay it.
I wouldn't even know what to ask for.
Perhaps he can tell us about the dreams of the Golden City.
Oh, good idea. That was on my list of questions I wanted to ask.
The Golden Dreams.
Needs to get a bujo.
Yes, we have records of our forebears and their visions from the time before the Shaktural expedition.
What did your forebears see?
A heavenly land, suffused with a golden glow. Its people lived as gods, never aging, never dying, free from hardship and conflict. Every building was a palace, and in their midst reigned a silent goddess, a statue so tall even my kin would need lift their gaze to behold its visage.
I wonder if this goddess is linked to the Asians.
A statue of a goddess. That's new.
Yeah. Because remember,
Why, and
Yoshi
compared to
P
the
said
abstract
something
imagery
about
of
two
previous
Asians
this
playing
was
a part.
detailed description.
The dreamers were consumed by their visions, compelled to seek out the paradise they'd been shown. They journeyed to Shaktural, where they died in droves.
Those who go in search of the Golden City do not return. The tales Wook Evu shared may have been rooted in historical fact.
Perhaps, who can know the truth of it? Once our ancestors left the forest, there were no more dreams, nor dreamers.
The forest? What do you mean?
From the very first, the visions were set to visit only those who worked the quarries in Yaktel. But after they were ravaged by disease and saw fewer newborns, they were forced to abandon that territory. Once our people's withdrawal to Urkopacha was complete, we never again dreamed of the Golden City.
So only Yokhui in that one specific area experienced the visions. Fascinating.
Well, we're headed to Yaktel next. Maybe we'll find out more when we get there. Thank you for sharing your stories with us.
I do not require gratitude. I merely repaid a debt.
Okay, bro. But here's some.
Farewell, Wook Lamat. I do not think our paths will cross again.
Oh, okay. Okay. Let's check in with some people here. Long has it been since any from Chirwag or Saltern have deigned to enter Warlar's Echo. A day for unusual visitors indeed. Okay. Heavenly land suffused with a golden glow. Yeah. It's either one of the 12, maybe one of the 12, or an Ascian. Or maybe, like, it was like an Ascian versus one of the 12, or one of the 12 was just coincidentally doing something at the same time as one of the Ascians. Or we got two Ascians. Because we got that woman at the top of the trailer poster who looks like a beautiful girl. So Yaktel is where the Yokui had their golden dreams. We may soon have a chance to investigate that tale firsthand. Yes, please, let's get us going. What a turn of events. We're only meant to strengthen the ice, but the cool Jaja's idiocy forced us to do them one better. Idiocy is one way of putting it. With only 2 keystones remaining, we've at last begun to gain a fuller picture of the legend of the Golden City. Yeah, we got a goddess. We gotta ask ourselves some questions about that. I don't think Vorporlor and his brethren will have a sudden change of heart about Tuliolal. But that doesn't mean they'll never change at all. Today is proof of that. Yeah, like you can't... This is a very good lesson for people to understand that expecting people to change overnight, it's really unfair. People take time. Like, give them time. Aaronville would propose a course of action. I think it's time we return to Tuliolal. After scaling Tyrol's tallest mountain and battling a legendary beast to the death, even dauntless heroes like you could probably use a rest. In any case, there are preparations to be made before we can visit the next destination laid out in the saga. Respite would be most welcome. I believe I hear the forward cabins calling our names. Yes! Cabins. Goodbye. Oh. Alright. Gerfurler, how goes it? Watching Vorporlar get caught up in Wuklamat's unstoppable wake reminds me of my younger days. Okay. Hello, Ben. Pat. Ben is so adorable. Look how tiny he is. He makes my cat boy seem so manly. Ah, yes. Okay. All right. We're gonna go home. Oh, wait a minute. I'm just gonna quickly run down here. Okay. These are... So just for those who play WoW and don't play Final Fantasy XIV, in order to fly in a zone, this is really beautiful. It's not like in WoW. In order to fly in a zone, you need to find a set amount out in the wild, and then you just need to do 5 quests, and then you can fly in that zone. Now, if you are doing old content, they actually cut down the requirements drastically for the older stuff. But for the newer stuff, you have to do a fair bit more. I don't mind it. It forces you to walk on the ground and enjoy the zone, just like WoW. But it doesn't punish you if you don't want to spend a lot of time getting the right to fly in a zone. So let's just pick these up. I'll do them after. Cannot fathom how... As a warrior of the Yokui, I cannot fathom how one of your diminutive stature laid low the fearsome Skyrim. Thus do I ask if you demonstrate your martial prowess. Martial prowess. I died once in that trial. Thank you for the honor. Of late, hulking monsters have been sighted south of the Shades of Grief, endangering all who travel along the road. I bid you snuff out this threat, that I might see for myself how you subdue your foes. I shall go there now. Join me when you are prepared. Oh dear. Expectations. Not my strong suit. We'll do our best. Just gonna go pick this one up as well. Yeah, I'm the pedestrian of light, not the flyer of light. Stop floating around, Ben. Okay. You probably did all the side quests already. Gar Horlor is eager to lighten things up around here. Care to partake in one of our customary rituals? Fret not, for your part is to be played is a simple one. You see the illuminations here in Warlord's Echo make use of glowstones. Okay, through mining. Pray for light everlasting. Now, Great Warrior Slayer Valagamata, open your heart and focus. Oh, okay. So we'll come back and we're going to do that a bit later. For now, we're gonna actually stay on target, okay? We're staying on target. We're gonna just do the MSQ for now, and then we'll come back in here for the flying later. Any way to turn? Sure, absolutely, Jonathan. Sure, thank you for letting me know. So I'm going to first go with this. It's turned down quite a bit. How about this? Pray share a bunk with Wuklamat. Hell to the no, no, to the no, no, no. Alligans. It's always Alligans. I mean, if it turned out to be Alligans, I wouldn't be upset. I mean, they've been everywhere. Still shorter on the chocobo. What the... You know what, Ben? Just like yourself in real life. There were 2 Mamulja in Crystal Tower. Yeah, I think the Alligans made... Like, created the... I am the pedestrian. Okay. Don't expect much sleep. Okay. I'm aiming for 2 to 3 hours, Ben? 2 to 3 hours? Like midnight, maybe? Let's all be real. I might go past that, but... Still 2 feet left to go. Yeah. I won't say no to clean sheets and a soft pillow. I'm definitely due for a long nap. Take the opportunity to think on some things. Oh, you let us know, Wook. Rest well, everyone. We can meet back here later on. Okay. I have a small run to run an errand to run the city, so I'll leave you to recover. Oh, sirs. Will you be heading to the palace, Wuklamat? Wuklamat, did you hear me? Lost in our old world, it seems. Well, no matter. I'll be back soon enough. An attendant is standing by to unlock your cabin. Enjoy your stay. Wook? Best way I know. Oh, we're actually going to a cabin. Alright. See? I have sprint on my scroll wheel, on my mouse wheel. So when I have my mouse out in Final Fantasy 14, I love my mouse. So if this is my mouse, and we got the scroll wheel here, and we got this, and then we got this, we also got this, and we got these buttons here. It's a proper MMO mouse. And then on the side, we have basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So these represent my toolbar. And then for my scroll, for my mouse, scroll wheel, if I push it this way, it will sprint. So I will go into sprint, run. And if I push it this way, this is equal to tab, targeting. And that's how I use my mouse. It's one of the best investments I ever made. It took me, I'd say, about 3 weeks to get used to, maybe about a month to get used to it. Now I love it. Welcome back, Master Kurokomo. Cabbage just as you left it, minus a light layer of dust. Wow, that's great. Don't expect much sleep, Chieko. Oh dear. Okay, let's see what happens. Oh, my boy is so adorable. He's so cute. Wait a minute. I just stand out there and chillax? I don't see anything?
You have a moment?
Oh, no. Wait a minute. Why are you coming in? I didn't invite you in. No. Okay.
There's something I wanted to talk to you about.
Oh, boy. Okay. Lay it on me.
So,
I'm gonna slap a bitch.
It's just too stuffy in here, that's what.
I would literally start smacking her on the back of the head.
We should go outside. Aye, a nice walk in the fresh air, that's what we need.
Oh, is that what we need? You go ahead. I'm not joining. No! Close the door. No! I don't want to go out. I don't care about people. I'm antisocial. Like, literally. Okay, I guess we gotta go help our Naruto in training. Okay, let's go. You could feel the walls going in? Okay. I'll take you to one of my favorite places. That should help me get my thoughts in order. We'll go to the Splendid Quarter and make our way up from there. Oh, boy. Okay. You better tell me something really important, Luke. Just saying. Ardbert is better than Wuklamat, hands down. Ardbert was sad. Ardbert tugged at your heartstrings. He was a 2-bit villain that nobody thought about. And then he came back and he was cooler than ever. And when Ardbert passed on, I was crying. Ardbert, I just want to stop and talk a little bit about Ardbert before we get into Wuklamat. But I just want to say this. Every single time I watch someone else play it, or every single time I've replayed that scene with Ardbert when he's like, "Take it, we fight as one." Think about how many people in this world, at the expense of other people, hold on to life. Ardbert was one of those people who sacrificed himself. Literally, he died in the first, came to the source, then essentially died in the source to come back to the first, and then is dying slowly, like mentally, over time, until we can arrive, and then gives himself up at the end of it. And he recognizes his part. He lays himself down to save us and his world. Like, he is the best, chattest bro in the world. Like, the only person who comes close to outbroing Ardbert is Grahatia in terms of sacrificing time and energy, but Graha didn't die. So yeah, Ardbert did everything right. Really, he was trying his best. Jesse Cox literally pulled his entire MSQ aside just to level Warrior to finish base Shadowbringers in honor of Ardbert. Wow. What a champ. Haurchefant as well. I will say Haurchefant as well. But I actually didn't die at the death of Haurchefant. I actually died telling Haurchefant's dad what happened, Count Edmund. But I also will agree, Haurchefant was somebody who didn't have to put himself on the line, but he constantly always did it for the people in his life. Haurchefant came from an unfortunate affair, right? He was born into a life where he would never be good enough. His half brothers were complete asshats, entitled asshats. And when we come in, he sees us, just like Rahatia and Ardbert to a certain degree, and they instinctively understand this person who is nobody has a heart that is a hero, and I respect that. Rahatia felt the same way, Haurchefant felt the same way, and I think to a certain degree, Ardbert recognized on a subconscious level that we were on opposite teams, but we were basically cut from the same cloth. And all three of these men were laying down themselves for the people that they loved. And I should put Haurchefant actually above Rahatia because once again, Haurchefant died. But I just feel like Ardbert died so many times. You know what I mean? Like Ardbert for me is very, very tragic. So I would put Haurchefant above Rahatia because he dies as well. And remember how chat knows that I think most deaths are cheap. All of these men, their deaths were not cheap. They weren't there to make you cry. They weren't there to show the harsh reality of life. They were there to show heroism. They were there as models of the power of friendship. They were there to push forward a narrative. Usually it was to push forward a plot. The ultimate fight, apparently the ultimate fight for Dragonsong Ultimate is actually exploring what happens if Haurchefant doesn't die. Newsflash, apparently it's not good. I don't know the details, but it's not good. And in many ways, in the case of Ardbert, they represent a part of ourselves. It's like a major plot point. So it's just men doing what men need to do. And yeah. Count Edmont mourning over his son with the music had me bawling. I was crying. It was like Theoden in Lord of the Rings. This is a different MMO, Leo. This is Dawntrail, which I played last week on Wednesday. Most of Haurchefant's screen time was in A Realm Reborn, absolutely. And what's so fascinating is if you go back to Camp Dragonhead now, Emanaline is now in charge, and he's put like Haurchefant's portrait up behind him. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. So yeah, for me, Count Edmund scene, like even Asmongold, okay, dead inside emotionally. I don't want to be mean to Asmongold, okay? I'm not throwing shade on him personally, not intentionally anyway. But he is a little bit emotionally immature. He's not yet embraced his anima. He's not fully individuated. Let's say that. Even he, when he realized he had to go back to Count Edmont and he had his friends sitting in the background and they were just sitting there together, clearly shell-shocked, telling the father that his son is dead was, I think, in my opinion, worse than actually seeing the son die. It was really bad. Yes. Yeah. So this is the continuation, Leo. I'm not playing it off screen. I'm only playing it on stream. He's a penis haver. What? Party was giving me shit for this the other day? Most of Harshaphant's screen time was in a Rama barn. Graha was willing to, but then got saved by Emmett's bullet. Yeah. He's a penis haver. Party was... Oh, like the fact that Harshaphant was like super randy and would totally bang like both sexes. Is that what you're talking about? Leo finished the Murakami book. Oh, well, it seems like you enjoyed it. Okay. Yeah, so just in case you're wondering, Leo, this is a continuation of the story. I don't play this on the... Oh. Reference to Asmongold and his male takes. Oh, yeah. Asmongold... Yeah, I love Asmongold. Don't get me wrong. But, you know, no one's perfect, right? I'm not perfect. Good heavens. No. But yeah. Even Asmongold was like, oh, that's sad. OMG. Yeah. Okay, let's continue the story. Let's see what's wrong with Wuklamat. What's her deal? Peshawar, what are you doing up and about? Is your back feeling better? It's much healed now, so don't make a fuss. Besides, I can't be lounging in bed all day when you're out there fighting your hardest to win the throne. You're the claimant with the greatest love for peace. I love this nation of ours, and lending you my support is the least I can do. When I see you smile like that, how can I not be encouraged? Oh ho ho, there's plenty more who believe in your cause. I can recruit a whole battalion of smiling faces if you think it'll help. Shaker. Yours alone is more than enough. Thank you, Peshiwa. And thank you, Third Promise. I shall pray for your success in the contest. All those smiling faces. Oh, sorry, Nikko. I'm getting distracted. It's just that, with the progress we've made in the contest, even these everyday encounters feel that much more special. Yes, we could die tomorrow in a dungeon again. Do you think we can take our time and maybe wander around a little first? We can head to that spot I was thinking of. Oh, it's so beautiful out here. I'm not even a beach person. I don't even like beaches. It still looks nice. Does this mean I solved the jump puzzle?
This is much better.
Oh, voiced.
I used to come here all the time when I was little. Would look out over the whole city, and whatever worries I had would seem so small. Do you remember what I said at the top of Warkor Zormor? That I would fight to preserve Papa's peaceful Tural? Well, I've been thinking a lot since then. About what peace really means. If it's just the absence of war. And it brought to mind all the best parts of our journey so far. I realized nothing gives me greater joy than the happiness of others. Life has its ups and downs, but the company of family and friends and the music of their laughter is what makes it worth living. And as silly as it might sound, I've come to believe that those smiling faces are the best measure of peace.
Party pooper.
I understand that making everyone happy isn't practical or even possible,
Yeah, try running an MMO.
but that doesn't mean we shouldn't try.
Yeah, we could try. Let's make some more mid-core content.
So, this is my plan.
Okay, let's hear it.
When I become Dawn Servant, I'll build on Papa's peace. Our people will live together in happiness. It's just like Kryl said. By taking the time to hear their concerns, understand their feelings, and consider how best to serve, with each passing day, I'll be that much closer to becoming the leader I want to be. It's hard for me to say how much I've changed since the contest began. But there's one thing I can say with confidence. I wouldn't have come this far without you as allies.
Yeah, what are you gonna do when I'm not here anymore?
If it wasn't for you all listening and feeling and thinking along with me, I would have never learned so much, and in so short a time.
Hear, think, and feel. Yep.
There are 2 keystones left. After everything that's happened, and imagining what could happen, are you still willing to walk this path with me?
No, I want to go be with Koana, actually. I'm a Fujoshi, so,
Thank the gods for that. Well, I've nothing else to get off my chest. I need to head to the palace. But
Wait a
I'll
minute.
see you back at the caverns.
oh my lord. Oh my lord. Okay, we're gonna talk. We're gonna talk. We're gonna have a bit of a talk here. I'm wearing my shoes in bed. This is fantastic. I'm probably snoring. I'm going to get tonsil stones. I feel like this is way too good. Something bad got happen, right? I bet my Catboy has like severe PTSD. He like wakes up with shell shock in the middle of the night. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I can fix some VLX. Okay, well. So let's talk about this. One of the things that I like about Final Fantasy XIV is that they treat this as a regular story. And one of the things I hate about modern storytelling is that it feels like everything is in service to the plot and it's just rushing, rushing, rushing. And there are no moments for the characters to breathe and be themselves. And one of the things I really liked about Final Fantasy XIV up until this point was that when we would have these character moments, we would learn a bit more about the character, or we would get more insights into their thoughts about what's going on. And it would feel like a slow layering of sediment upon sediment upon sediment upon sediment of feelings and opinions and personality. And I think that's what makes the characters feel so alive and you get so invested in them. I think one of my small nitpicks about her is that I think I think you're trying to change a character over time, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with having a character changing over time. The problem lies the rate at which it's happening, right? You can't go too fast and you can't go too slow. If you go too fast, this creates what we call contrivances, right? So if we go too fast, it feels contrived. But if we go too slow, so if we go from A to Z, so here's A and here's Z, right? If we go too fast and we're just zipping along too fast, it feels contrived. But if we are going along too slow, it feels like nothing's changing. And the problem with going too fast, so let's say here is, we'd say here in let's say 2-hour period, here with this, or here with this. So what is happening? What happens if that happens? Here, this has the feeling of being contrived or forced. And this is bad because it feels inorganic and unrealistic. If we are talking about girl bosses, the girl bosses are here, where they do a single montage, or maybe not even a montage, and suddenly they're all powerful, like Rey. Okay, so we're going to put Rey up here. So this is an example of Rey. And then down here, we have boring. And why is it boring? Because it's repetitious. Because there's actually no change happening at all. And that is where we will put Wook-Lamont. I'm sorry, Wook-Lamont. We didn't need that cutscene because we already know. Now, we've had some change with Wook, by the way. We started out with Wook in 6.55. She's faking it. Recently, she has come out and said, you know what? I've been faking things. And I need to stop faking it. And I thought that was a great moment for her. We've already set in stone that she's a peacekeeper and she wants peace. So it felt like this entire thing was to drag us out of bed, to take us to the sunrise, to tell us what we already knew about her. And this scene felt repetitious. I'm trying to think of what we might have learned new from her. What I've missed anything, chat? No, it just felt like a reaffirmation of something we already knew. So this is where perhaps the pacing feels slower because we're not getting something new from that interaction. Right? There's nothing new from that interaction. Right? And once again, this doesn't mean she's a girl boss. I need to make this very clear. I hate girl bosses. But this here is also an issue where they don't have enough to deal with her. I will say, if I have to choose between Rey or Wook-Lamont, I'm going to choose Wook-Lamont all the time. Every single time. Because Wook-Lamont gets seasick. She doesn't like alpacas. She's a flawed human being who's a bit of an idiot. I will choose Wook-Lamont every single day. Rey was a patronizing know-it-all. And I hated her by the end of episode 8. Wu Clement, I don't hate her, but at the same point in time, I should want to spend time with her. I should want to know what she's thinking next. And at this point, I feel like I'm guessing everything. That's a bit not good. That's not great. But that might be more of a pacing issue in terms of writing. It doesn't mean that her characterization is bad. There's nothing wrong with having a female Naruto believing in herself and shouting from the top of whatever. There's nothing wrong with that. Naruto was doing that all the time. I thought Naruto was annoying, not my kind of character that I like. But, you know, it's fine to have a character be like that. It's just like, if it's repeating stuff we already know from like, there should always be a little bit of an addition. And hitherto, I think there were a lot of moments where we had with Alice, for example, Alone with Alice. We always found out something new about Alice or new about thoughts about her brother. It always felt interesting. It didn't feel as simplistic. This feels a little bit too simple, a little bit too tropish. I wonder if the giant earring is hurting his ear. Good question, Leo. I'll have you know that this Warrior of Light is made of titanium, okay? Like Saya and David Guetta. I think it's David Guetta who did it. His ears have the power of friendship flowing in through those ears. He can wear all earrings. Actually, I love the earrings in this game on Catboys. Holy shit. Yes, give in to the dark side. Wu Clement hate flow through you. Yeah, I'm not fully hating her, but I think there's a point where if you're not moving her along correctly, it's going to feel very slow and slodgy. It's one of your complaints about her too? Yeah. Pointless scene. Yeah, and it shouldn't have to be pointless. They did such a good job with the expressions, with the acting, right? With the motion. The music was really nice. Like, there was a lot of stuff going on in that scene that was wonderful. Maybe they should have saved some of her stuff from earlier about being into peace and saved it for the scene. Do you know what I mean? Like, let her just be quiet leading up to the scene and then have her talk about it right here. She's not done reaffirming that yet. Oh, great. Realize that has realistic idealism. She knows her goal is impossible. Only because I chose that, right? But that is a good one. She has some realistic. Okay, so let's give fairness where it is due. Because of the choice that I chose as a Warrior of Light, we learned that Wu Clement hasn't completely lost the plot. There are some ways of doing fast-paced fantasy well. Did anything notable happen? No, we found out Wu Clement is a realistic idealist. Thank you, Jonathan, for pointing that out. I did forget that part. But only because my Warrior of Light was being a douche. It would go from 500 episodes to 120. Well, my FF14 launcher isn't working anymore. Oh, Lord. Yeah, the cutscene animations and everything are great. There should have been an option to tell her to go to bed. Yeah, but I agree with Jonathan. We did find out that she still has some awareness of realistic expectations. Assume your leisure time was well spent? Not entirely. Kwana was not there. I was glad to snatch some quality sleep myself. After all, it will soon be back to the road for us. Back to the road. Okay, I'm sure the others will be along shortly. I do hope everyone has rested well. Oh, I'm going to trash on her if I want to trash on her, Epic. No holds barred. If I don't like a character, I don't like a character. That's just period. But I will always back up why I don't like them fairly. I won't just be like, oh, I just don't like them. I'll give reasons why. Now that we have been refreshed ourselves somewhat, let's all consider Oh, and another thing is personality, right? Some people love this personality, this charismatic derpiness personality. I can take it in small stints. Am I laughing with them? No, I'm laughing at them. IRL. This kind of super outgoingness is I take it in small doses, and then I have to go home and be quiet for a bit by myself. I actually don't have any close friends that are anywhere close to her amount of derpy. I don't even have words for it. Anyway, I'm not saying that these kinds of people are bad. I'm just saying it's a matter of taste. In some ways, it's a matter of taste. So if we're talking about her personality type, that's matter of taste. I don't appreciate her personality type per se. Not long term anyway. But I'm not trashing her personality. I am talking about how the scenes are executed and whether they have any meaning. That is what I'm talking about. Yeah. I started off liking her patch content. I ended up really disliking her by the end. Yeah, I could see that happening. I tend to dislike fan favorites. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. It's all for the sake of a fun discussion. Yeah, absolutely. And once again, I don't think having her kind of character in a story is bad. I just need to be... I feel like I keep wanting to repeat myself here. There's nothing wrong with having a derpy, overexcitable pup for the lead. Nothing wrong with that. In fact, it's better than a girl boss. We already covered this part. Better than a girl boss any day. The problem is, how is this shown? And I think it could be firmed up. But hey, you know what? Let's keep going. Now that we've refreshed ourselves somewhat, let's consider all claimants as they currently stand. Zoralja and Koana have completed every feat thus far and hold 5 keystones apiece. I suppose this wrap-up is for people who are somehow sleeping. Wuklamat would be equal with them, but for Bakul Jaja's theory, which has left us one short. That conniving braggart didn't so much. This also could be a great recap for streamers whose MSQ raiders tell them to pause at certain points. So this is like a good way for them after coming back. Let's say this is like Kyle and Garrett who take time to do MSQ. So after like a week or two coming back to the MSQ, this is a great way to recap. That conniving braggart didn't so much as lift a finger for the feat of proof and wreaked havoc for the feat of ice. He can't have more than 3 keystones at most. He may think he can simply steal what he needs to win, but he's sorely mistaken. I will be taking back what is mine, this I swear. Yeah. I'll probably be doing it with you. I fear that reclaiming your keystone may not be enough. That is, if Bakul Jaja's unleashing of Valagamanda is any indication. Using his lead, I anticipate he will move to obtain the remaining keystones before disrupting his rival's attempts. We may all find ourselves being forced to take from one another. I can't say I'd be comfortable with that. Well, she has morals. But neither will I surrender my claim to the throne so easily. If it's for the sake of preserving the happiness of my people, I'll do what I must. Ooh, Dark Wuklamat. That'd be funny. And cool, but it's not gonna happen. I'm like, yes, I will be your enforcer. The last 2 keystones we require, those of the Lay of Repast and Lay of Brotherhood. The whole premise of Dawntrail feels weak to me. Why would I ever agree to get involved in foreign political struggle because there might be adventure to be had? Vic, I think you misunderstand the whole point of Azim. Azim would absolutely do that. Azim jumped into a volcano in order to quell a volcano to save some grapes. Azim is absolutely 100%. Now, you as a person might not do that, But an RPG, I just need to make this clear for some people, RPG is not intended to be representing you, IRL. It's you as a specific character. I know that there are a lot of people who create very special personalities for their Warriors of Light. So then they start getting a little hot under the collar when they feel like the choices that are presented to them are limited. But the reality is Azam absolutely would go out and just do things to help people and get involved in shit. That was the whole point of the seat of Azam. As for Wukalamat, what personality works for Naruto since he was a kid? She seems to be a young adult. Yeah, she's like, what, 20? 19, 20? Something like that. I think we came up with 20. Don't know if it just doesn't seem to fit in my mind. For me, once again, I'm okay with her being immature. There are tons of 20-year-olds who act like they're little above a 16. Especially if she's sheltered. She's got that sheltered princess problem. Vic says, oh, I guess that makes sense. Oh, because Epic is explaining it from more political. Yeah, I don't even think our Warrior of Light's thinking about future threats to Eorzea. Like, that might be like a secondary thing. But I honestly think Azam is just meddler. The whole point of the role and the seat of Azam is to just get out and do whatever. The character is fine. It's the overexposure that irritates a lot of people. Yeah, there's just a lot. Like, we just had a scene with them that we didn't need to have because we already knew it. Since the story frames her as the main focal point of the story, extension, the wall is set aside and in a passive position. I think on the heels of Endwalker and Shadowbringers, yeah, that probably feels terrible. But I would argue that from A Realm Reborn up through Stormblood, we were not the focal point. Shadowbringers and Endwalker marked a significant shift to putting Warrior of Light to the forefront, and we're simply taking a step back here to return to the old days. Wool agreed without knowing anything about the other claimants. Yeah. This is why I'm saying I think the Warrior of Light initially signed up because they just want to go on an adventure. There's a reason why they keep calling us adventurer when we walked in A Realm Reborn, and why at the end Xenos calls us adventurer. It's bookends intended to highlight that we literally just like to wander around and get into shit. We're literal shit disturbers. She's performing too many narrative roles, causing character fatigue. Yeah. Azam went back in time to just prank Emmett Selk. Yeah. Do you listen to video game music or normie music? I listen to all music except opera. Some opera. I don't listen to like Chinese opera. Not a fan of opera music and country pop music. Like pop country music I don't like. I like dark country music. I like folk country music. I'll listen to literally any kind of music. Later on, Leo, we can talk about music. Yeah. If Epic was Spider-Man, he wouldn't be friendly. Sheltered 20-year-old to a 13-year-old forced to deal with a horrible upbringing. You haven't seen a third of Wukalamat yet. Yeah, it's somewhere between an adventure and... Yeah, okay, so Murokos is touching on something, I think, here. This X-Pack doesn't feel much like an adventure or a vacation so far, IMO. And I do agree that there's this weird tension going on right now, because we're supposed to be on adventure... on a vacation/adventure, right? So it's supposed to be super lighthearted. But then the writers added this whole thing of, but the whole world could go down in flames if we don't do this or that, right? So it's actually tugging the tension of the narration into two different places. They should have just all focused on one or all focused on the other. I would have focused just on us having a map and having various things and nothing's really on the line. But I will say one thing that did take away the tension for me was when the father came out and was like, oh no, this is just to test them. It's really just a benchmark test just to see what they got. And I was like, oh, okay, now I'm good. Now I'm good. What is the world-ending threat? Zariel Ja with his ambitions. I guess that's just an inherent limitation of having a tabula rasa character you're supposed to self-insert into. Often they'll do something you yourself wouldn't think they'd do. Absolutely. And that's where I think 14 is treading this fine line where they're giving you some choice for your dialogue, but that choice is limited, right? It's like what you would give a 4-year-old. You're like, you got to wear a shirt today. Here are your 3 shirts. Choose from those 3 shirts, right? So you're giving that 4-year-old some voice, but it's not. The Warrior of Light is Azam, and Azam is a predefined character. So there's a simulacrum, there's like a flavor in your choices, but I think sometimes people overread those choices to a larger degree than the choices actually are. It's a false choice. Let's all be real here, and I'm fine with that. I don't need my Warrior of Light to be 110% me, you know? I'm okay with having an aspect of him that is Azam. I'm fine with that. Yeah, see that's where I'm saying. Like, I honestly believe the Warrior of Light leading up through into Shadowbringers was just one of many. And coming off of Shadowbringers and Endwalker, I think a lot of people had a little bit of a reality check, because I have heard, Jonathan, and I don't know why this is happening, but I've heard people being like, oh, my character would be above doing this or that. And I'm like, are you even paying attention to this story? Look, what? Oh my lord. It's wildin'. They're definitely doing what they can with the dialogue. Yeah, there's only so far. I heard the 2 MMOs that let you do something more, slightly more flavorful would be Star Wars: The Old Republic MMO and Guild Wars 2 MMO. Not gonna lie, I'm tired of world-ending threats. Yeah, we don't need to do a world-ending threat. Yeah, Zariel Ja was the world-ending threat, Ben. He wants to take over the whole world, remember? So we gotta save the world from the colonialist Zariel Ja. That's the weird tension. Plus the whole, if Zariel Ja gets in power, or Bakul Ja gets in power, either colonialism will happen or racism will happen. So now we have this tension in what is supposed to be a fun thing. But now it turns out the dad's like, haha, jokes. It's not going to be 100% real. So now, for me, the tension is now bled out. The tension is now gone. They took it away in that private talk we had with Galul Jaja. And honestly, I actually appreciate that, because it kind of puts everything back into perspective, and we're just here for a fun ride. Okay, the former depicts the cessation of hostilities between the Mamulja and Zabral in the forests of Yaktel, specifically near a village called Ikbrax. That's where I was born, if you recall. I haven't been back there since Papa took me in when I was a baby. Oh. Where the lay of the Brotherhood takes place, however, is unclear. In the saga, it is said that a foreign explorer came seeking an audience with the Dawn Servant, but little more than that. Galuf? Or Ketenram? Eorzea has a similar tale. The explorer Ketenram befriended a 2-headed king known as the Autarch before commencing his travels across Tural. He journeyed here several times afterwards, but was ultimately lost at sea. At least that is the commonly held belief. Your 2-headed king certainly sounds like Papa, so this Ketenram fellow must have come to Tuliolal. But if he indeed arrived some 80 years ago, the capital may not have been built yet, vestiges of Yokui architecture notwithstanding. Wait, you said Autarch, didn't you? And Ketenram must have met the Dawn Servant in Mamuk. Mamuk, is that a city? One of the grandest in Tyrol once upon a time, and the seat of the Mamulja's homeland. It too lies in Yaktel, not far from Ikbrax. And all things considered, Yaktel seems the obvious choice for our next destination. Yay! Northern continent! Canada! Raccoons! Raccoons! Maybe. From here, the safest method of travel is by dirigible. We should make for the landing once our preparations are complete. We're riding in one of Quana's balloons? They can't be any worse than ships, can they? Wait until you see. You don't even get a chair. We can solo Zerulja. He's wear and tear on weapons threat at most. He lacks mind and soul. Yeah, yeah. Okay, this is an interesting discussion. How would Warrior of Light go against Zerulja? I think if it was just Nikko versus Zerulja 1v1, I think it would be at first equal. And then, because remember, he's special, he is a mutant, he has question mark powers. So I could see him being a solo duty boss, or the boss in the middle or the end of a dungeon. Zerulja. Or Bakul Jaja, really. Either one of those two. Could be a solo duty or the end of a dungeon kind of boss. I do not see either of them as being an 8-man raid. Okay, so an 8-man raid is 8 Warriors of Light. So when I see 8 Warriors of Light fighting something, I take it as at face value. That is to say, I'm seeing 8 Warriors of Light fighting one thing. So the Endsinger needed 8 Warriors of Light to fight, not 1 Warrior of Light to fight. So I would put Zerulja at a Xenos level threat, sure. Or Bakulja. Bakul Jaja. He's not a world-ending threat. We only fought him in a solo duty, right? So Xenos, Renjit, potentially Bakul Jaja, Galul Jaja, and Zerulja. I think they would all be somewhere in the same thing. And we fight them, and they are a challenge, but eventually, you know, we will beat them, of course. But does that mean we're gods? No. Just means that 1v1, we're pretty deadly. But does that mean that we can go in and canonically 1v1 Endsinger? No. So anyway. Finally back in. Okay. So where is the dirigible? Okay, it's at the dirigible landing. That's why I'm arguing it's game mechanics and not power scaling. Each calamity empowered the soul each time, becoming more and more like Asians, right? Yes, we are the most soul dense, but most other people have the same density as us. We simply have one extra layer of density, only one, because of Ardbert. And Grahatia shares our similar soul density, because he has his past future self folded into him. So what is Ben actually arguing? Gotta look at this. If we look at the entire game, what is showing that Warrior of Light is only god level when fighting god threats. Otherwise, he's explicitly the equal of Estinian and Zoralja. I agree that we are probably in S tier category, even above Estinian and Zoralja. But I don't think we're so empowered that we can fight. Canonically, we are unable to fight certain things. And actually, it's arguable that, in fact, in the story, they make it fairly clear that we improve in our power leveling over time. So even from day one in A Realm Reborn to now, there has been marked improvement. So what used to kill us before, we're now shrugging off. So before, it took 8 of us to fight Shinryu Xenos. And now we could do a 1v1 and just have fun with it. So we can definitely say Warrior of Light has been improving. But when it comes to massive world-ending shit, or artificially stimulated stuff like memories and that create the ultimates or the savages, right? Most of that is like people creating artificial difficulty canonically within the game. That requires, of course, the Warrior of Light to call on adventurers and friends to help out. Canonically, your character calls on for help to deal with Endsinger. You're not canonically fighting her 1v1. People always forget, even with 8 Asms, the Endsinger won the first bout. Only through Dynamis and the power of friendship did we succeed. Oh, Jonathan, I could... There, you get a kiss from me. You get an air kiss, Jonathan. I love that. Oh my gosh. The amount of weird headcanon about Asm and the Warrior of Light that's come out of it. Like at one of the moments, remember, I love Preach, okay? I love Preach. There was this moment at the end of Shadowbringers when Preach was like, I'm not going to go out and help with the hippogriffs. That's below my pay grade now. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? Because that's not the point of Asm. And Asm has been growing in power, but Asm is not like Superman. We all need to... But at the same point in time, as I say that, that doesn't mean that we are just a normal bro either. We are a step above. Our soul is a bit denser. We have been improving. I think I would not want to meet Nikko in an alley on my own. There's a whole other side to this whole warrior power level thing. It implies that everyone that ever fights us, we're all suffering from delusions of grandeur and never had a true chance of success. That's true. That's why I'm suggesting we are very capable, right? But 1v1, that's why I'm saying if I fought with Zoralja now, I would imagine that the way that they would choreograph the fight would be that at first he's very good, because remember, Zoralja has some unknown powers, right? He got a golden llama, for goodness sake. So clearly he's special, right? How special, we don't know. But special enough, I think, for a solo duty fight. If we were going to fight him, it would be a solo duty. Yeah, I disagree with that conception about Graha, Jonathan. I believe he brought his actual body. I'm a string theorist. I'm not the memory person. I don't support the memory only. I really like the 14 story. Haven't gotten Dawntrail because Endwalker was such a satisfying ending. Yeah, that can be a choice. So far we've been having fun in Dawntrail, but there are some questions we have, of course. Maybe he's headcanoning he hasn't inherited the nicer parts of Azim's soul yet. Who? Who is? Keep in mind, Galul Jaja was half awake when he fought us. Yeah, that's a good point too. Preach. He hasn't inherited. Oh yeah. Yeah. No, I just think my recognition, and by the way, Preach was not the only one who sometimes talks this way, okay? I think it's because people forget what Azim represents. They're not paying attention to the subtext of what Azim was. Right? They just don't pay that. It's accidental. Right? And also, people have short-term memories when it comes to the details of a narrative. Like, my first time through, there were things I was missing at the beginning stages. But since then, like, I'm, like, so much. Like, usually it takes me about 2 read-throughs to retain everything. I have a very good memory when it comes to good stories. Wonder what the mythological analog to Azim would be. Probably, if we're looking at South American legend, by the way, Vic, I would probably actually put it in Viracocha. I don't know if there are any South Americans in chat, but I would link it to Viracocha. Didn't the Warrior of Light have to put down a slave rebellion in Ul'dah? Yeah. 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 Not so much put down, as in we had to go in and we had to slay the slaves who were trying to escape after being buried alive. And then we kind of basically closed off certain areas. How many times? Only once, Ben. South American. Are the ancients South American? No, I mean like Azim's archetype in literary concept. Like if we divorce, we're not talking about like one-to-one here. But if I was going to think about the trope of Azim, Viracocha comes to mind. Bizarrely enough, which is hilarious given what Dawntrail is. But yeah, I'm going to just double check. I'm pretty sure it's Viracocha. Yeah. I've read a lot of Graham Hancock. I'm trying to find it. Not sure if it's Viracocha or if it's this other person. Nope, no, it is. But I'm trying to. It's a bit hard. this is going to be iffy. Yeah, he founded the city of Cusco. He survived a flood. And I think there was this whole part where there was this whole, I forget if it's Viracocha or if it's somewhere else. Anyway, long story short, there was this myth of people that came over the ocean and helped to civilize South America, and it was this whole thing. Yeah, Hermes, Mercury Hermes, but we already got Hermes-ish. A type of Hercules set out to perform a series of tasks. This is my argument for it's not possible for the memory crystal to contain Graha's soul. Every instance in the game we see a body and soul separate. The effect on the physical is immediate. Yeah. The fact that Graha was still able to walk around, strike, pose during crystallization means he still retained his soul. So during the part where so the part where he was crystallizing, I think it was slow. And we see the definite flare when he placed his memories in, right? And then he placed his soul in after, as the crystallization happened at the same time. So the body continued to crystallize after his soul left the body. So, because we already know that your soul can leave your body temporarily, and we know that this temporariness of the soul being separated from the body can extend for quite some period of time, as we saw with the Scions. So his soul went into the crystal before complete crystallization happened. And before the Spaniards, yes, these myths would be pre-Spanish. Yeah. We're talking about ancient myths, very ancient myths. So anyway, because we know that the body and the soul can separate, and we know that they can definitely be separated by someone like Graha, who has the power of the tower and who has the power to call souls. So it would be a very simple matter for him to place himself in the crystal right before the crystallization is completed. And basically, if his soul hadn't gone into the crystal that we carried to his body, then it takes away that whole point of the question, which Beck-Lug had. And if you talk to Beck-Lug before and after this whole scene, Beck-Lug is freaking out most of the time, because the whole point of Graha, the reason why they were happy for Graha, the Graha that they knew and loved, is because he was going to live on, albeit partially imbued in somebody, in another Graha. So the question for them, if it was just a question of, oh, we're going to insert his memories, the whole pain and concern that they felt for his transference is essentially meaningless. And it does, in fact, turn out to be causeless in the sense that Graham himself was like, I'm not sure if my soul will curdle or whether it will accept that part of myself. And we already know that his soul was stronger pre going back into his source body. We know that his soul was denser because he had endured a rejoining in the future. So he had actually rejoined 8 times because of the rejoining he experienced thanks to Black Rose. And Elidibus attempted to override Graha's soul. He tested Graha's soul right in front of us. That's why that weird scene happens where Elidibus gives Graha a sharp poke to the chest. That was him actually testing his ability to take Graha's body. And he said, oh, this is really strange. Your soul is incredibly dense. And the reason is because Graha, like us, eventually, we weren't 8 times rejoined at that point in time, but Graha's actually was at that point in time 8 times rejoined. So in Shadowbringers, the Shadowbringers Graha, Crystarian Graha, Crystal Exarch Graha, is definitely 8 times rejoined. Definitely has that extra rejoining. And then we know that his soul went into the crystal. Otherwise, Beck Lug would have been like, oh shit, Graha's soul didn't make it. He only has the memories. Right? Yeah. Not gonna lie, I totally forgot about this part in Shadowbringers. Oh, Vic. I have now seen some parts of the MSQ at least 7 times. So my literary brain, my ability to remember narratives is now fairly sharp. Am I prone to error? Of course, but all things Graha. Let me just say I've done a lot of research because I was writing Graha fanfiction. Test of your reflexes, yeah. Both of my WoW and FF people out here making theories. Yeah, anyway, all this to say, I think our Warrior of Light, like Graha, has 8 time rejoinings. That does not mean that we're free from making errors. It doesn't mean that we're free from tripping over our own feet or fate fucking us up. It doesn't mean that we aren't free from misunderstanding. It doesn't mean we're free from betrayal, being stabbed in the back. It certainly doesn't mean that we're free from needing help at times. So I don't like making our Warrior of Light a god, but at the same point in time, I do think we're still a force to be contended with, and only very powerful warriors would stand against us 1v1. Ready to leave when you are. Thank you. Yes. Trial, we may be dreaming. A cool Jaja is a real threat. We can't afford to let our guard down. Yeah. Now, if they make us fight Zoralja with 8 people, that will be silly. They better come out with Zoralja can have 6 arms or something. Like, that will be something else. How exciting. The design of trolley dirigibles intrigues me. I must note how they perform compared to Eorzean airships. Wuklamat's freaking out. It'll be fine. It'll be just fine. Okay, let's go in there. Next flight to Dawntrail will be leaving shortly. Passengers are asked to keep hands, legs, and luggage inside the dirigible at all times. I love the fact that Wuklamat is freaking out. Are we sure that thing will stay in the air all the way to Dawntrail? Don't worry, you and me, Wook, we're probably like me and IRL. Nikko has no problem with flying, but IRL, I'm a nervous Nancy when I get on an airplane. Are you ready? Bags packed and goodbye said. There's no going back once we lift off. Not that I'm nervous or anything. I'm just making sure that you're not nervous. Stop faking it. Oh, who am I kidding? My knees won't stop shaking. Hey, will you hold my hand just until I settle my nerve? Hell no. Maybe ask Erinville. My hand is only for Quana. Stick in the mud? He'd never let me live it down. There she is. Third promise. Wait just a moment. The golden, radiant path, you could say, feels more peaceful, truly embodying the will of Azam, exploring alien worlds. Golden, radiant path. More of a Moses. Mablu and Tobli. Of course. Of course, I'll wait as long as you need. Sorry to delay you, but we were able to discover the origin of Kral's earring. Oh. Is that so? You said before that it gained popularity in Yogg-Toral as a protective ward for travelers, correct? That's right, we tracked down the elderly merchant to whom first sales are attributed. According to him, the design imitates an accessory worn by a foreign mage he met at market some 20 years ago. Little did he know that charming taste of salt would prove to be a commercial triumph. A foreign mage wearing this earring could only be grandfather. What kind of a... Galif would wear a clover? Okay. Did the merchant happen to notice to mention which market? Wow, I heard Grandpa be styling Metro. One in Yogg-Toral, to where it seems you're already bound. What luck! Then I shall seek my next clue once we arrive. Is it mere coincidence that brought my grandfather there? Or yet another discovery to look for? Yeah, let's just get on the dirigible. Let's get on there. Let's get on. Ah! Will we be going to Canada? That's my real question. Thank you both for coming all this way. Let's all be real here. This is all I care about. Anything for the third promise. Good luck with the rest of the rite. Thanks. I won't let you down. I just got to board this dirigible and I'm good as there. Last call for the passengers to Yogg-Toral. Get on board. What would Fantasy Canada look in your mind? Pine trees, rock, raccoons, bears, deer, moose, rivers, and a ton of lakes. Just lakes everywhere. Really hope she wins. Good luck storming the castle. Do you think they're going to make it? No. Bye, boys. Yogg-Toral will test her mettle without doubt. Next Dawn servant must be willing to bear the full weight of this nation's history, no matter how heavy it may be. Oh, and in the north, it would be all snow. Fantasy America, it looks like Elden Ring, not gonna lie. Yeah, it would be like Skyrim. It would be like Skyrim, but the southern part would have less snow.
The fierce Shepral hunters who laid claim to this land call it the Azure Forest, Yogg-Toral.
Oh, I love this.
Battered by meteors in ancient times and colored mesmerizing shades of blue and green by nature, it is easy to understand why the place is so named.
This is gorgeous. I love these colors. I'm allergic to warm colors.
It is here, where the Shepral and Mamulja once battled for dominance, that the rite of succession would reach its climax.
Oh, really? Wow. Yeah, tell. I knew you would love this after the chat in Guild Wars 2. Aw, yeah. Yeah, I love it. Oh, look at Lamat.
Are you all right?
No, she's not alright. She needs some milk.
I've never been good with heights.
I feel for her. I do. I'm with her on this one.
The vegetation is far denser than in Kozumautka.
I suggest you pay more attention to the ground, unless you want to walk straight into a cenote.
I don't know what that is, but okay. Okay.
sinkholes filled with rain and groundwater. Many meteors fell here long ago, it is said, and after they struck the Earth, it became susceptible to erosion. Deep as some of the pits are, you'll not climb out in a hurry should you take a tumble.
Ah, meteorites, huh? That
So
scenario
don't take a
doesn't
tumble.
seem at all familiar.
It was one time.
Is the Chabral community depicted in the Lay of Repast close by?
Aye. We need but follow the path a short way west.
Right. I can't stand here with my knees knocking forever. Let's get going.
Sweet home Alabama, bring something to me. Okay, so I'm not gonna lie, I'm a sucker for like fantasy stuff. Dungeon, jungles, you know, it is what it is. But blue forests, I'm a fan of that, yes. Oh, look, Ben made it into the same instance as me. How lovely. Would it kill Aaronville to give me the benefit of the doubt or the benefit of a second chance? No. That's what an older sibling does. They keep reminding you of what you did when you were a kid. It's our sacred duty, passed down to us. Worry not. Kryal and I will ensure our promise doesn't wind up in the bottom of one of those cenotes. I can hardly fathom how difficult travel must have been before the second promise introduced dirigibles. Can you imagine having to walk all this way? Yeah, thank you, Kawana. Just yet another reason why I love your absolute, gorgeous brain. The brain, yes. Well, the journey was delightful, the wind was fair, and the vessel hardly rocked at all. Then we landed, and it's now raining, which I love. I love rain. What a lot of people don't know, first off, nighttime music, always great. But also, take that down a bit. Something that few people understand and have noticed, but Party told me about it, because I was one of those people who didn't notice. But Party one time turned off her music and just played ambient sounds, and she told me to try it out, and I don't know what magic they're cooking up over there in CPU 3, but their ambient sounds are on point. It sounds so nice and relaxing. Like the pitch of the rain is really nicely pitched. Sometimes rain can be really, really annoying. Now, the music is great, don't get me wrong, but okay, so I'm just going to look at the picture here. Oh, wow. Okay, we got a map. We got a big one. All right, let's go. Aaronville, what you got for us? With thicker vegetation comes reduced visibility. I advise you to keep someone in sight at all times. Okay. Just gonna go for a little walk, okay? I'll get on a mount later. Just, southwest. Let's hop on this mount. Let's see what it is. Oh, it's my little Perksy. $50 yalms to the west. So it's over here. Somewhere. This is the one that Yoshi P, I think, showcasing earlier. Yeah. For all of Aaronville's insistence, I've yet to discover anything particularly blue about this forest. Yeah, that's a good point, Corral. I think we have to go off the cliff. I think it's off the cliff. Take care not to get separated. I'd hate to lose you to this rampant undergrowth, which was created thanks to our new server technology and our improved networking code. That's still spaghetti, but it's getting a little bit better. See no tumbles? Thanks to Crown Alice, but still counts. Is that Ickbrax over there, I wonder? Good. Everyone's accounted for. Each Brax or Ickbrax is up ahead. Let's be on our way. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is where Yoshi P was showcasing the mounts and minions. I'm just gonna go up in here. Oh, this is very nice. Very, very nice. All these cenotes is steep, I wonder. Oh, I see what they mean. Oh yeah, this is like a sinkhole. Just so you know, I shall be very cross if you push me. I would never think of that. Now that you said it. Ha! Fallen into High Tide Harbor enough times to be a professional diver. There's no way I'd fall into something like this on accident. Oh. Never say never, Wook. What's so blue about this forest? You'll see. Oh, okay. Aaronville was not exaggerating about the cenotes. It would be a grueling ordeal to climb out of one. Well, thankfully, we made it here without incident. Let's not dally any longer. Okay. Yes, let's find out more about the Zabral. Ready to head on in? Everyone hates her in her village. They're like, oh, she's come back. Did you remember to hold Bukalamat's hand? No, I passed her off on Aaronville. Collocation part of this one was the dense vegetation. Not gonna lie, there are just characters in this game that made me go, why couldn't this be like SWTOR companions? I wrote the first edition of 44 romance companions. Fat chocobo mount just ran into the hole. Yeah, I gotta fish him out. Our first task should be finding the Elector. Hopefully our relative tardiness will not reflect poorly upon us. Third promise and a retinue, I presume. Presume right. I seek the Dawn servant's Elector. Come and join us in the Garden of the Stars at the village center. Everyone is waiting for you. Everyone? Who might that be? There's but one way to find out. Come, let us follow him. Is your mic getting scratchy? Your voice sounded off a bit there. I don't know. I'm gonna just check my sound settings. Sometimes they do weird shit. Oh. Look who's here. Last we're graced by the presence of the third promise. Wait a minute. What? You self-serving piece of weaver dung. Do you have any idea how many could have been hurt? Now that we're assembled, let's begin. My name is Hunmu Rook. As Zabrax Rax, I have the honor of serving as an elector on behalf of my people. I'm just going to check my webcam here. Sorry, my microphone. Not my webcam. I'm going to up myself a little bit. The levels are getting a bit wonky. See, I'm so glad. Chat is super kind. Is your game muted? It's voiced. Oh. Oh dear. Oh boy. How do I change the sound from here? I don't think I can. Well, we're gonna get through this, and I'm gonna check my voice. I might have brought my voice down. Remember when I was fiddling with my settings? Okay, I'll check it after then, I guess. As all 4 claimants must be present for this feat, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Third promise, if you would please join us. I got a feeling this is the worst scene to not have voices. But it is what it is now, folks. I don't think I can get out of the scene without skipping it entirely. Yeah. That's a Boja mustache. Thus far, you've faced each other's rivals. The feat of repast, however, will test your cooperation. You must complete this challenge in teams of 2. Oh, Lord. What, you expect us to work with one of these weaklings? Be warned, only the triumphant team will receive keystones. I advise you to cooperate with your partner. Oh boy. Teams will be decided by lots. Those who draw the same color will be paired accordingly. This is going to be fun. Twelve forbid Wuklama is paired with Bakul Jaja. That would be hilarious. After all, he's put her through. I wouldn't blame her if she did something rash. I might even help. Calm down there, Alice. Claimants, please present your colors. Red. I have red. Blue. Okay, well, all right. On separate teams then. And the rest? Red. Oh no, this is... Why? Oh Lord. Together as fate would have it. Victory is as good as ours. With our claimants thus paired, so too is their opposition. Oh, Zaral Jan, Bakul Jaja. Oh Lord. Oh. Oh dear. Putting her with Koana. Well, anyway. Ugh, not the one head. This poor guy, having this racist beside him. Listen well, for the trial that awaits you is as follows. I mean, maybe 2 racists deserve each other, but I don't know. There's a difference to me between nationalistic and racist. Each team is to prepare a sample of traditional Zabral cuisine, Zabruk Pibil. You know, Zaralja strikes me as the type who would be like, hey, Bakul Jaja, do you mind just sitting down? I'll do everything. You can just like copy my homework. That's that. I get vibes of Zaralja from that one. I'll go out and get that golden llama. You just sit back. And Bakul Jaja would be like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. Now we must cook. Another ludicrous feat. So it might seem, but there's bound to be deeper meaning to it. Agreed. Given that the very future of our nation is at stake, all parts of this rite must have significance. Right? Oh no, Ben, don't make me so sad. Our promises have grown rather promising, wouldn't you say? Oh, I'm crushed. No Quana voice. 0 out of 3 fish. Indeed, if I were to guess at the significance of the feat, few things reflect the history and development of culture so clearly as its culinary traditions. The Redditor has spoken. The variety of stewed dishes in Garlean cuisine speaks of their agricultural roots in cold climes, true. Not to mention Archon loaf. The peoples we've met on our journey, they've all had different practices involving food and drink. The Hanu replenish their magical needs with reeds, while the Pelu Pelu have turned their fondness of beverages into a living. So basically, to know a people's cuisine is to know something of their ways. Unless you live in Canada, in which case you will never know, because Canadians only eat everybody else's food. And we only have maybe 3 things that are specific to Canada. With each feat, we have deepened our familiarity with the given community's history and culture. Is that what Father intended for us all along? Wow, Quana, already reading Dad. The scene is supposed to be voiced. I don't know why you need to read it out loud. Mirokos. What happened is, when I changed the ambience, I accidentally didn't pull the voice up as well. So right now the voice is at 0. So after this cutscene, I'll go in and fix my sound. But basically I turned my voice off. Poutine is a Canadian creation. Yeah, that's one of the 3. That's one of the 3, VLX. No, craft dinner is actually American. But we eat more craft dinner than Americans do on average. Don't ask us why. No, maple syrup is not one of the other ones, because I consider maple syrup to be synonymous with all of North America. Although Canada has a higher export of maple syrup, probably, in terms of stuff. But, yeah. Canadian bacon? No. I don't consider bacon to be synonymous with Canada. Yeah, it's just ham. No. Now, we got 3 things. Poutine, Joe Louise, and Nanaimo bars. This is what Father intended for us all along. Oh, all-dressed chips. We have a corner on all-dressed chips. I'm pretty sure that's not a UK thing. But a leader with his vision must see that the past doesn't hold the answers we need. It is through embracing innovation, not adhering to tradition, that we will usher Tulialal unto a more prosperous future. Yes, but... Quana, it doesn't hurt to look to the past. The rules are simple. First team to prepare and partake of satisfactory Zebruk Pibble will be deemed victorious. You will be judged by your sample's taste and appearance, as well as your adherence to appropriate cooking techniques. Kitchens have been made available for your use. Note that you may be asked to retry should your dish fail to pass muster. Let the feat of repast begin. Ah, repast. That's another older word for word meal. I've never heard of Zebruk Pibble before. What's it like, I wonder? Better ask the locals. Naked cow. Okay, so let's change this so we get voice back. Yeah, see, this is where it happened. 0 to 100. There we go. There we go. We fixed it. We fixed it. Do you suppose the first promise in Bakul Jajal will wear matching aprons? I dearly hope so. I agree, Alice. Only 2 claimants can receive keystones from this feat. Intimidating, perhaps, but irrelevant. We shall prevail. I consider myself a connoisseur of all things tasty and Tirali, but this is the first time I've heard of Zibruk Pibble. Second promise will no doubt have thoughts on how best to proceed. Let us ask for his perspective. First promise and Bakul Jaja are formidable on the field, but in the kitchen, I think the odds are in our favor. Ah, yes, but have you seen me cook? I burn craft dinner. For the pairings to be thus decided, the stars align for us indeed. Yeah, it's a little bit convenient. As much as I would love to defeat you all in a high-stakes culinary battle, I couldn't have asked for better allies. How very kind, Thancred. How fortunate that this feat's unique stipulations have frustrated Bakul Jaja's attempts to delay us. Serves him right. That's what he gets for endangering my people with his schemes. Why can't he just compete fairly? He's plenty strong and obviously has a mind for strategy, twisted though it may be. I'll never understand him. Sometimes people lose their head when they get super desperate. Putting aside our competition for the moment, allow me to express how glad I am for this opportunity to work together. Sussy. As I see it, our team possesses a distinct advantage. Of course we do. Any team I'm on is bound to succeed. Oh, Lord. Oh, Book. I love you. Precisely. Yes. Yes, girl. Slay. You mean we have an advantage in numbers, yes? Our competition is a team of 6. The 2 claimants, Cyrilja and Bakul Jaja as lackeys. Whereas we are a team of 9. That's 3 more people we can mobilize. Look at Aaronville go. Aaronville for president. With the task suitably delegated, it should be a brisk affair to learn the recipe and assemble necessary ingredients. Too easy. Well, we mustn't be overconfident lest we make a careless mistake that could have been easily avoided. Like walking away from the stove at the last minute because you're bored. Our first order of business should be determining the recipe for Zibruk Pibble. We can hardly gather ingredients for a dish we know nothing about. Given the nature of the feat, asking for answers directly may prove less effective than simply observing the daily habits of the Zabral people. Let us gather here once we've seen what clues this village has to offer. Yeah. Well, thank you to everyone for letting me know that that scene was voiced. I shall forever regret not being able to hear Kwanda's glorious voice. But the voice is back on, so we should be able to pick it up. Imagine coming to America and using the food to judge us. Yeah, I think craft dinner was made in America. We just eat it more than the average American does. That's all. But we didn't actually make it. I don't think we did. Okay, what do we got here? What do we got here? Can we throw ourselves off here? Oh, fastidious fellow. What is this fastidious fellow doing? The recipe for Zibruk Pibble? I wish I could tell you, friend. A dish so delicious is meant to be shared. Alas, we're forbidden from divulging anything. Orders from Hunmu Ruck himself. But you're mentioning it has given me a fierce craving. I only hope there's still a brook to be had at the market. Wink. Okay. We ought to cut our losses and head to Mamuk. This feat is nothing but a fool's errand. You're the fool if you think he won't tan our hides for leather if we dare to return without enough keystones. Besides, we've taken from the house cat before. How difficult could a second time be? What are you looking at, salt liquor? Mind your own business. Whoa. Okay. I'll have you know the only salt that I lick is off of a McDonald's French fry. Opening up the gemstones. He called me a cow? I know. Wrong C word, obviously. Come with me for a moment. Aaronville's going to, like, what? Give Thancred indigestion pills? Okay. Oh. Banana peel. Are we going to have banana roti? Usually colored banana peel has been neatly arranged on the ground, which appears to be smoking. Oh no, it appears I've gone and dropped my Jatika banana peel. I could barely see it for all the steam issuing from my underground oven. Ah, there's nothing like enjoying a tasty banana while you use the leaves in your cooking. Oh my lord, this is painful. Ha! What fun is this? This is like my dad making treasure hunts for our birthdays. This is great. This is very, very nice. Maybe all mammals look alike to reptilians? Oh! Colorful spices. Are we going to make spicy bananas? That's called accioti. We mostly add a bit of color to our most popular cuisine, but its medicinal benefits are significant as well. We got bananas. This is an unusual pairing. Are you going to say Kwana? Only Alpha, no. Sag. Yeah, we don't have a chip brand in Canada. Well, maybe No Frills, like No Name, but it's not so much the brand as the style of chip. It's called All Dressed, and it's from heaven. Sorry, I'm back. What did we cover about Zbruk Pibble? True to your prediction, the villagers were forbidden from educating us directly. However, many were still preparing it as one might a staple dish. Observation of their techniques yielded clues enough. A lady blending local herbs and spices was only too happy to describe the ones I didn't recognize, while neither confirming nor denying any relation to Zbruk Pibble. But one in particular she attributed to all common Zabral dishes. Acciot, she called it. I see, then if Zbruk Pibble is indeed a cuisine as ubiquitous as Alphino claims, we have confirmed our first ingredient. Meanwhile, I did observe a cook bearing bundles wrapped in the leaves of Najul or banana in certain locales. Is this plantain, though? It would seem the use of subterranean ovens is commonplace. I saw the same. I think we all know what's inside those bundles. Then don't you? Plantain? Well, I mean, the obvious answer is a brook, but holy moly, a slab of beef. It smelled so good I could practically taste it. Yeah, I agree, Epic. This town is having the fun of its lives, indeed. Okay. So, to summarize, this dish is one of Ibruk, flavored with a combination of spices that includes akiod, steamed underground within najul or banana leaves. Given our assumptions are correct, we must learn where and how to procure our ingredients. As a staple cuisine, its ingredient would be close at hand, which is why Thancred and I scouted the surrounding forests while you were all exploring the village. Between the local vegetation and Wilder Brook, we should have everything we need in regards to meat and spices. Heh, leave it to a master cleaner. With that, we should next divvy up our tasks. While some gather ingredients, others should make ready the kitchen. I can help prepare the kitchen. Permit me to assist as well. Our ovens will doubtless require firewood. Oh no, oh lord. And I have some experience in its gathering. Oh, well. Well, let him do it. Yeah, sure. I too should be glad to volunteer mine aid. Yay, more firewood gatherers. I too wish to learn this magical thing called firewood gathering. Then the rest of us will gather ingredients. I can make quick work of the spices and herbs myself. Happy to lead someone to a suitable Ibruk if they perform the requisite deed. Alice? LB3! As for the Najul leaves, I believe I'm capable of acquiring that much on my own. Be warned, you won't find Najul in these parts. They only grow in the Jajatika heartland forest far below these. Such an excursion may be time-consuming. Perhaps we ought to try bartering first. This feat encourages our communication with the locals, after all. Lamati, Nikko, if you'd accompany me on my errand. Oh, yes, please. Hello. We can ditch the Hrothgau. Good, let us be about our tasks then. Will there be a cooking minigame? Oh, Lord. We need to learn more about firewood gathering. Yeah. Lamati had no specific task assigned to her, so I had her accompany me. No more, no less. Oh, okay, Kwana. No fear. I'm not jealous of her at all. Come on, let's go and get those Najul leaves. The sooner we do, the sooner we can eat. Okay. She's excited about the food. Glad to hear. He's intent on finding bananas. Let us see if there's a Najul leaves to be had in town. Perhaps the cook Urianger mentioned might be persuaded to spare us a few. Okay. We had such respect for the great warrior of Eorzea, but then he floated in on a contraption so inane that it made him look like a complete idiot. It was great. Underground oven. This must be the cook Urianger was talking about. Yep. The earth here is indeed fashioned to an oven of sorts. Fascinating. Yes, OMG, yes. You can never be free of Wuklamat. Yeah, the alien. I took some screenshots for that one. Oh, hello again. The solo duty with the Manderville stuff and Endwalker was so funny and so good. Oh, hello again. Did you need something? Banana leaves. How much? I don't have a lot of gil. Jewel leaves for purposes other than the Sibrick bolt, naturally. Fortunately, I've just used up my last. You'll have to travel to the lower forests for more. Golmajik Grove is the source of the finest Najul leaves you'll find. Wild variants you sometimes see in city markets can't compare. I see. I'd hoped to avoid such a lengthy venture, But if there's no other way to obtain our ingredient, then to the Jatika heartland we shall go. Allow me to save you the trip. Traveling there requires that you go through the Tienbeck Traverse, but it has caved in due to the recent storm, I expect. What? That means we can't get our Najul leaves. But we can, can't we? If there's no other way of procuring them, you would have suspended its feet or else altered its objective. Galaxy brain. Perhaps. Anyway, I apologize for the interruption, but having overheard your conversation, I felt compelled to chime in. That's very kind of you. Any last-minute advice you'd be willing to share? Only to undertake the feat of repast with an empty stomach, you may find Zebruk Pibble to be delicious, but daunting dish to finish. Heh, I can't wait. I'm confused. I feel dumb. Still, if there's no leaves here and we can't travel for more, how are we supposed to gather all our ingredients? Clear the way? These feats are meant to deepen our understanding of the peoples and cultures of Tuliolol. So perhaps there's something about Zebruk Pibble that we have yet to learn, something of significance other than its recipe or ingredients. It's a mystery. Well, I see, like, who was the first to make it, its history, that sort of thing. If it's Yaktel's history, and you should start with the Old War. Between the Zabral and the Mamulja, right? These forests have borne witness to centuries of warfare, the evidence of which remains a scar upon the earth. To know the end of that bloodshed is to know Zebruk Pibble. What does steamed brook have to do with bloodshed? Precisely the question we must answer. Vexing though such a detour may seem, I can think of no other way to approach this feat. In that case, you may wish to visit the site of a settlement ruined by the war, the village of Ilion Asso. It lies a short distance to the east. The village of Ilion Asso. Understood. Thank you for your help. Come, let's go and see this place. The guy with the mustache, Gordon Ramsay. Yeah, a lot of Hroth men, or a lot of Hroth males, have options for very odd facial hair. Yeah, it's probably the same feeling as the feast in A Realm Reborn, to be frank. I like the music in this zone. This zone is very beautiful. You can see why they used it for the benchmark. Hey, chillin'. Could you imagine they do everything on foot and I roll up in a big car? Everyone knows that there was a war between the Mamulja and Zabral, but I may have forgotten some of the details. Oh, well, not surprising. The village of Ilion Asso must be further east. Let us continue with haste. For all we know, our competitors may be on our heels. Or ahead of us, knowing the prince. Oh, holy moly. What is that bullshit? What in the world? I'm staying away from that. Hell no. I feel like this is the music that was used in the benchmark. Yeah, it's the car from Final Fantasy 15. That's a hot mark I'm going to stay away from for a little bit. This place feels forgotten by time. This reminds me of Black Rose. So this is the village of Ilion Asso, or what's left of it. It was a place of light and life. My great-grandfather called it home, in fact. Oh my lord, it's him! Wukevu, I didn't know you were in Yak Town. I was picking up lumber from Ikbrax when I heard that the third promise was on our way to the site of deep historical significance. Immediately saw another opportunity to be of service, and so followed you here. Wukevu is a shipwright who came to our aid during the Feat of Reeds. Pleasure, you are a member of the third promises retinue, I presume? For a moment, I suppose I am. Aw, Kwana. Yeah, here's your second promise. My name is Kwana, pleased to make your acquaintance. He's not at all prideful. Kwana, now that's a good name, a familiar name. Where have I heard? Kwana? As in the second promise of Tuliolol? Do you think I address the Dawn Servant's own son as some common retainer? Such disrespect cannot be excused. Please take up your gun and... Oh, come on, not this again. I take no offense, so please do not dwell on it. Oh, all right then, I shan't dwell on it. Has anyone ever watched Fruits Basket? Has anyone ever watched Fruits Basket? The first one or the second one that released in 2019. Oh my lord. Anyway, there's a character in it who is of the monkey, and he spazzes out. And Shigure, my favorite character, who's very manipulative, will stir up the monkey to freak out, and the monkey will kind of be like this, but even more spastic. And then they have to like calm him down. And at one point he like climbs onto the roof, and he's talking about like committing suicide by throwing himself off the roof. I shouldn't be laughing, but anyway, it's kind of being played for laughs. And then they talk him down, but he slips and then hurts his ankle. It's just, I highly recommend it. It's really good. Yeah, it's like a trope, VLX. I'm pretty sure it's a trope. Yeah. But so like there's this one point where he brings a books of fruit to them, and he starts saying, well, you know, I didn't know if you'd like fruit or flowers, so I thought I'd get you like a book on fruits instead. I hope it's okay. And Shigure's like, no, this is terrible. And he's like, sorry world, sorry, I should never have been born. And he's like throwing himself around the room. And then they're like, no, it's fine. And Shigure like hits him in the side to make him like slither down. And then he's like, he kind of like gets over it. It's very similar to this. Fruits Basket, such a good story. Hildebrand is a trope. All right then, I shan't dwell on it. And right on cue. At least he's consistent. Yeah, it's a personality, quirk. I understand you wish to learn about Zibruk Pibble. While I'm forbidden by the Zibraxrax to divulge any information regarding its preparation, I would be happy to share what I know of Yaktel's history. We'd appreciate that. In its most basic sense, the conflict between the Zabral and the Muljaw was one of land. Mumulja lived in the lower forest, where the thick canopy obscures the sun. The soil is unforgiving to crops. This drove them to covet the upper forest, the home of the Zabral, and they launched a determined campaign to seize it for themselves. Yet advantage ever favors higher ground, and the Zabral forces held the upper hand against the invaders, rebuffing them time and again. But as the state of this village would attest, the tide eventually turned. What brought it about? Something you know all too well, blessed siblings. Galul Jaja? You must understand, the Mamulja were once a people as much at war with themselves as they were with others. The Hubigo, Bunewa, and Dapro each sought to assert dominance over the others, even as they engaged the Zabral in battle. In an effort to strengthen bonds and discourage infighting, Hubigo and Bunewa leaders arranged a marriage between their children. However, this political measure altered the course of history in ways no one could have ever imagined. It was long believed that partners of differing clans could not have children together. Then it happened. A child arrived, who shared the blood of Hubigo and Bunewa both, a two-headed Mamulja. Blessed with tremendous physical strength and magical prowess, he grew into a mighty warrior before eventually rising as the first autarch, ruler of all three clans. Such qualities would dispose anyone to leadership, character notwithstanding. Under the autarch's rule, the newly united Mamulja became a force to be feared, and the war soon came to a head. I think it best you see the results firsthand. Let's visit another battlefield from that time, and there I shall continue the tale. Am I hearing this weird? When I'm switching in out of a cutscene, the music does like a weird rewind sound? Is that just me? It's very strange. Oh, how very fun. That's just part of the soundtrack? Okay, so I'm not imagining it. Okay. By the 12. Wow, he's swearing by our gods. Crazy. Amazing. What happened here? If this is voiced, you got voices back. Oh, they're going for this soundtrack. All right.
This is where most battles were fought between the Shabral and Mamulja, the Shobrit Cinderfield.
A field of cinders, indeed. How fierce their clashes must have been.
The war over these lands began after the Yoqui's departure some 500 years ago. And for 4 centuries thereafter, the two enemies repaid violence with violence. A constant stream of minor skirmishes, punctuated by massive slaughter.
Until Father ended their endless conflict 80 years ago.
Accompanied by a retinue of only 6, the Dawn Servant opposed both armies and brought the fighting to a standstill.
First they sealed Valley Armanda at full strength, and now this.
It was during this armistice that both sides gathered for negotiations at the Dawn Servant's behest.
Up. Up.
For too long, you have been bound by your ancestors' violent legacy.
We got another echo.
It is past time you broke free of it.
I like this. I love the echoes.
Back to the scale scum! We fight to protect what is rightfully ours. If not for their greed, we'd be living in peace.
Buff your tails and scurry off, then. Cowards like you ill deserve the bounty of this forest.
Even should one of you succeed in vanquishing the other, your triumph will last only until a new invader arrives.
Oh, there's Gerfler over there.
Do you know of the vast continent that lies far to the east, where numerous nations vie for dominance? You do not. And why should you? Affairs beyond the salt we have no intention to cross are of no consequence to us.
Oh, Kettenram, perhaps.
Not until those affairs come to Tural, like our honored visitor here.
He's from across the ocean.
I've been to the ocean before, and it's nothing but water farther than the eye can see. What sort of vessel could possibly reach its end?
That such technology exists is indisputable, as is foreign powers' awareness of Tural. If any such country were to develop a taste for Turali soil and bring to bear the might of innovations we can only imagine, what do you suppose happens then?
Oh, shit.
You do not know the warlords of the East, but you know that if they came, they would not settle for a single forest. By joining hands, we might create a unified front, an alliance capable of repelling them or any other foe. There is no greater proof of these than my companions and I. Alone we are weak, but together we triumphed over Valigarmanda.
Got a bun boy.
What?
Goblin.
You defeated the Sky Ruin? I'd take you for a liar if the sting of our own defeat wasn't still fresh.
So that's probably, what's his face's mentor.
The nation was indeed impressive.
And of course there's the Rogid and Kettenram. Then there's a Pelu Pelu, a Hrothgar, a Hanu Hanu, and Gerfurler.
And when we withdrew to strike again from a distance, the Hanu Hanu called the winds to make our arrows miss their marks. In seeking to exploit their weaknesses, we only subjected ourselves to their strengths.
Those strengths are born of cooperation. The guiding principle of the nation we envision.
But our feud has lasted for centuries. How do you expect us to join hands now?
Ha ha! Give us an evening to convince you.
We echoed off of a Pelu Pelu.
So began that legendary banquet.
Or somebody else. Somebody in that group. We echoed off of somebody in that group.
Expect sworn enemies to abruptly drink to each other's health. And, indeed, a tense silence hung over the venue. But then
Secret
the
tunnel.
Dawn servant called for the exchange of traditional cuisine. So it was that the Mamulja partook of spiced meat, and the Chebral steamed Najul. Before long, delight manifested upon the faces of those present, each side impressed by the other's dish. Seeing this, the Dawn servant laughed and declared once more. Their flavors, he said, would be even better combined, and he proceeded to help them prepare the new creation.
That's Shibruk Pibil, I'd wager.
Bananas with meat?
It is a marriage of Chebral and Mamulja cultures, and proof of their newfound cooperation. The Dawn servant had asked for a single evening, but the feasting is said to have lasted 3 days and 3 nights. So delicious was their repast.
I bet everyone got drunk and was like out of their minds.
In the end, a peace accord was reached, and the Dawn servant's words at that time still illuminate our way forward.
Ignorance begets a strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Sorry.
Yeah, everyone's getting drunk off their butt.
It's just
Probably banging.
to think that he ended an age-old conflict with food. It's all so absurd. It's somehow so very papa, I couldn't help but laugh.
Girl, you gotta stop talking like you're in middle school.
Ignorance begets strife. Understanding begets fellowship.
Yeah, but...
Now then, I trust you understand the significance of Shibruk Pibil and the history
Oh,
it has
Pibil. Okay. Pibil.
Absolutely.
Shibruk
Thank you
Pibil.
for sharing the story with us.
Pibble. Pibil. We're being watched.
What's wrong?
I echoed off of some mother ducker.
Someone was there, you say?
Perhaps our competition is cooking up some scheme or another.
Something bitter and half-baked, no doubt.
There's nothing wrong with calling your father daddy when you're in private, but not in public. No. Not if you're over 20 years old. It's lame. I get like in public, like in private, in your home, that's fine. You could say papa or daddy, but I just think it's when you reach a certain age, when you're in public, I think you should act a certain way. Never imagined our father was instrumental to Shibruk Pibil's invention. Hope I have been of sufficient service to the third promise. Papa really did live up to his words. He traveled the land and learned about our people's myriad cultures, and we're doing the same now. Wukevu has given us valuable insight into the origins of Shibruk Pibil. However, we're still no closer to procuring the necessary Najul leaves. Unless... Tell me, what was that historic feast commemorated in some fashion? With a monument, for instance? Indeed it was. Allow me to show you. Yeah, it might be that, but there are some other characters who don't refer to him as Papa. Epic. Like, Kwana doesn't refer to him as Papa. Neither does Saralja. To me, it speaks to her immaturity. Like, for example, in Chinese, they don't have a delineation really between the word play and hang out. So if you listen to a Chinese person who hasn't stayed in North America, you'll have complete adults saying, "Hey, do you want to come play with me?" And it's because they're transliterating the word war, which is actually technically wan, but there's usually an R sound at the end. Maybe it's more of a dialect that I learned. So a lot of Chinese people, like adults, when they're learning, they will often say, "Hey, do you mind coming to the park and playing with me?" What they're actually trying to say is, "Will you want to hang out with me?" It's the same thing. And it might be true of Mexican culture, but that doesn't mean it's true of Final Fantasy culture. Because like I said, I haven't seen any other character referring to their father that way. Especially Kwana and Saralja. But maybe they'll say Papa at some point. And I can be wrong. Here it is. Offered up by the two factions. These weapons symbolize their vow that they would never again raise arms against each other. Since this feat demands a journey through history, I thought it only logical that a monument like this might steer us true, especially one at the heart of so significant a battlefield. Namati, Nikko, would you help me search this area for clues? Tell me if anything catches your eye. Sure thing. Nodder. What's wrong with people thinking you're immature? I think it is damaging for someone when you're in a different culture to behave in a way that will confuse the people of that native culture. It would be like if I went into certain cultures around the world and spoke and behaved a certain way as a white North American. And people might consider some of those actions to be improper or whatever. And, you know, as a matter of being savvy and thoughtful, and particularly if you are intending to do, so a lot of my students were intending to work in international businesses or work as lawmakers and policymakers, working with diplomats and other functionaries. So if they were going to be working in circles where you're rubbing shoulders with the economic movers and shakers of China / the world, especially if you're working with an international company, it's not a good look for you. It's about being professional and sounding your age. And yeah, it doesn't seem fair, but yeah. Sometimes you got to roll with the culture that you're with, just like I did when I was in China. You don't just go in there and start throwing your weight around and being like, "Oh, you just gotta accept me because this is me," right? A lot of Americans behave like that. Nobody enjoys them abroad when they behave like that. Look here, the soil has been recently overturned. Someone been digging in there? I hear someone digging. Oh, someone buried a box. What? Well. I would have been satisfied to find only a hint, but here they are, fresh Najul leaves. Oh, Hunmu Rook's doing, I'd wager. There's a poetry in hiding them on this battlefield, given that it was central to the war they helped end. Ha! So we planned this all from the start. This is literally a treasure hunt. That's great. Thank you, Wukevu. We wouldn't have found these leaves without your help. It was my honor to render assistance. With apologies to present company, allow me to offer my encouragement as well, Third Promise. Ever since I witnessed your performance in the Feat of Reeds, I've been certain that you are the claimant most worthy of leading our nation. All devised solutions to the Hanuhanu's ailing crops, but you alone sought to know their culture and revive Ihihana, even if it seemed unrelated to your task. In my humble opinion, no one cares more for the people of Tuliolal and what they hold dear. Koana, should you again require the old historical musings of an old shipwright, I'm ever at your service. For now, I take my leave. Cannot argue with that. It's okay, Kwano. We can hug it out together in the forest, alone. We have what we need. Let's return to Ishbral. Ichbral. I do take Epic's point about Koana coming off as not embracing his home culture, which is what his journey is about so far. So if Koana shed saying Papa because he thought it's lame-o, I could see Koana doing it for that reason, but not Saralja, since Saralja is a supremacist. I personally think Koana is adverse to learning about troll culture because he was abandoned. I think Koana is suffering from severe dislike of his culture because of what happened. I agree, Jonathan. I think Koana is definitely pushing himself away from his culture. Immaturity as being a little goofy doesn't hurt anyone. Yes and no. It depends on what happens when you're being immature. Once again, it's not about being disrespectful. It's about giving a bad impression, right? Giving a bad impression. So for example, I'll give an example, Leo, okay? So in my family, we have a very strict beliefs about alcohol. Now every now and then I'll have a drink, but I try my best not to overindulge and things like that. Now there's a drinking culture in China though. And when you go to certain work dinners, you will have to contend with, do I drink or do I not drink? When can I say no? And when do I have to say yes? So I went to one particular meal, and this meal was run by the head of our department. It was at a restaurant, and the head of the department was Muslim, and he turned to us and he basically was like, don't worry, we'll make sure all of you have Cokes and Pepsis, because he knew that a large portion of the staff he had hired were Christians. And so he knew that none of us wanted to drink alcohol like in a hardcore kind of way. So he made sure that we had that option. But there were many times where I would go into a banquet and there wasn't that option to say, hey, I don't want to drink rice wine. I don't want to drink, the hardcore stuff. So one time I ended up at one such dinner, and they had the highest proof alcohol you could ever have. And I was getting intoxicated just lifting it to my lips to like sip a tiniest sip. These are Vic, these are how can I describe them? North America. First off, Vic, where do you come from? What country do you come from? Can you share just the general country or the continent? Eastern Europe? Catholic? From Serbia. Yeah. Catholic? Eastern Orthodox? Orthodox, yeah. Totally different culture. All of the people who were working there were either British, American, or Canadian, and they were all Protestant, and most of them were charismatic, very similar to Pentecostals or what we call Assemblies of God, AGIs. What you have to know about these people is that some of them don't even agree with going to movie theaters back in the day. Yes, but they get rip roaring in the pews. Charismatics, like Protestants and Assemblies of God, tend to have much more free-form worship. They usually have very modern worship. They're much more lax in terms of some of their theology. They're less studied than the Reformers. The Reformist groups, like the Dutch Reformed, the Free Reformed, the Christian Reformed, those groups will have drinking and smoking, but they're more hardcore with concepts of Calvinism, for example, and predestination and things like that. They have like the 5 solas of Scripture. They're much more focused on other more nitty gritty stuff in terms of exegetical readings from Scripture and things like that. Whereas the Protestants, like the charismatics, tend to be a bit more loosey-goosey with reading of the Bible. They're more likely to have female pastors. But bizarrely enough, at the same point in time, they had gone through a period of time where they were extremely, extremely conservative. And there was one college that was run by them where, like, the girls and boys were encouraged to walk on opposite sides of the sidewalk. Like it was just wild. And there was one guy who was a teacher who actually went overseas to teach overseas in order to stay away from his girlfriend, his fiance, because they needed to wait 1 year before they could get married, and they were concerned that they would slip up and engage in premarital sex. So he actually moved a continent temporarily so that they could keep themselves pure before marriage. These people were very, 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 very. Yeah, I think I'm a 4.5 tulip person myself. I was raised in the Protestant faith, absolutely. Yeah, so I've been through all forms. So it's very it's a very, how can I say, it's a very different world out there, I guess. So when I went over to China, I had to ask myself what's important to me. So I had friends who were Armenian. They weren't Calvinists. And they found out that I was a Calvinist and that I was like a 3.5 tulip. Like I'm only like 3.5 of the tulip. And one of my friend's sisters started trying to pick a fight with me on a bus. And I just turned to her and I said, I don't want to have this argument with you right now. This is not important. Whether I believe in all of tulip or none of tulip, whether I believe Jesus is knocking at the door of your heart or you were predestined to be saved, like, this does not really matter long term. 3.5 tulip. So there's like 5 articles of faith epic. My father and our family tend to hold to 3.5, like part of 1 and 3 of 3. Total depravity, unconditional election, preservation of the saints. What was the other 2? Limited atonement and irresistible grace. Anyway, it's a whole thing. And I grew up in this kind of environment. And my family actually went through a plethora of churches. So I went to churches where people were clapping and falling on the floor and crying, speaking in tongues. And I went to churches where we couldn't have, they were questioning whether they should have a piano and an organ. So I've been across the whole gamut. And this is why I'm very open-minded about how people practice their faith. I've been to Catholic churches. I've been to many, many different kinds of churches. I'm very, very open about how people practice their faith. I'm not a hardliner. And I can definitely see, I think my problem with the papa thing is if it is a cultural thing, and if they're trying to replicate something like Mexicans or South Americans or Spanish, right? I wish I could see more people doing it, because at this point, I've only heard her doing it. And this, to me, doesn't make it cultural. It makes it make her sound immature. And that's the problem. If they contextualized what she was saying and doing as being part of culture, and then using that, so if they had shown someone else referring to their mother, let's say someone else adult referring to their mother as mama, right? And then they show Kuana, it would actually highlight that she has a relationship with her father and her culture that's more open, and that Kuana has this issue, right? Which I think is fantastic. But because they are not showing anyone else doing this, this is where it's making her seem immature to someone like myself. If people in chat hadn't told me that this was a cultural thing in South America, I would have continued this entire thing thinking she was acting like a baby. I honestly don't hear her saying papa and thinking they're intending to make her sound mature. It legitimately reminds me of stereotypical South American woman who's in love with her family. Exactly. But how many people would know that, Epic? That's my problem. If they're trying to make a point that this is a stereotypical South American woman who's in love with her family, they need to show other people doing it. Otherwise, at this point in time, if you don't have that frame of reference, you're going to think, whether or not they want you to think that, you're going to think she sounds immature, because that's the vibe I'm getting off of her, on top of her other character deficiencies. She comes off as being researched on a Pixar kind of level. Pixar kind of thing. I get the inconsistencies in other people's words, very true. That doesn't change that image of Wuklamat. Like I could see her on Encanto. Oh, yeah. And once again, I don't have an issue with her being immature. That's the problem, right? I don't have a problem with her being mature, as long as she's, moving in a direction of growth, right? Her saying papa to me cements in my head, adding onto everything else that's making her immature. Right? So there's all of these things that are making her very immature in my mind. Then she says papa. That's like cementing it when it shouldn't be cementing it. Were people pretending to have seizures and whatnot? No. I mean, there probably were, but I don't know. Yeah. Hold it in, VLX. We'll see if we'll ever get there. And this is where I'm saying, Epic. I'm okay with her having all of these immaturities and papa not being an immaturity, but because I haven't seen anyone else who's mature using it, I'm equating it to immaturity. And since I have almost no like in-depth relationship with the South American at all, beyond like some Brazilian friends on Final Fantasy 14, right? And they're young men and they don't actually have papas to talk about. They refer to their parents as dads, if at all. I think a lot of them refer to their dads as assholes, actually. So, like, to me, I haven't seen that culture. So then if I'm coming into this as a very normal person and I'm not getting that, that's where I think the problem lies. Now, maybe Americans would understand this because Americans have a very high in relationship with Spanish, to the point where Spanish is almost like an unofficial second language in parts of America. But you have to understand that in Canada or someplace like Britain or someplace like, I don't know, New Zealand might not understand that. And therein lies the issue. Because this would, in some people's minds, just make her seem more and more immature when that's not, like you said, they're not intending to make her sound mature. But if you don't have that frame of reference, you're not gonna, yeah. Up north, you only have pockets and enclaves of Hispanic cultures. Come over to Virginia. I'll take you out to an outdoor taco party in the fall. You'll get your fill, Mama, Papa, but I don't want you to think I don't find your viewpoint. Yeah. That's okay, Epic. Yeah. I'm not taking offense, but I just want you to kind of see where I'm coming from. And I think it's part of it is cultural blindness in a way, right? Because we don't really have a ton of Spanish people here. I would love to come down to Virginia and have a taco party. I love tacos and burritos, but I'm sure I'm not even having real stuff, right? Like Canada, I'm not saying Canada is super white. We have extremely diverse culture, and we do have some Spanish people, but nothing. Like we have Portuguese in my town, tons and tons of Portuguese people, but Portuguese food is not the same, right? It's not the same as South American food, right? I don't want to conflate Portuguese food with Mexican or South American food. I'm just assuming it's a different culture. And I've never talked to enough Portuguese people in my in my town to know whether they're calling Mama and Papa IRL. Like, and that's what I'm saying is like, I think if they had shown maybe in a cutscene somewhere else, or even had like people around maybe referring to their parents as Mama, Papa, it just would help. But now we know. So at least that's clarified. At least it's clarified. Yeah, and who knows if the FF14 researched, they take their character design seriously. Absolutely. Like they could have done the research and they could have been like, oh, we must add this in. She has a close relationship to her father. And they could have done this on purpose, actually, to highlight Koana and Saralja's severance from their parents, right? So both Saralja and Koana are not referring to their father as Papa, as far as we can tell. So why is that? Right, so this could be an example of a character thing going on. It's just coming off wrong, probably to a lot of people who aren't familiar with that, right? So we really just need little pocket. We need a moment where we can see that example elsewhere, so we know Wuklamat's not behaving like a child. Yeah. I'm glad we were successful. The others should be back soon, I expect. I hope so. I'm famished. Okay, I'm gonna destinate. Latinos seem to be more family-friendly, united than their neighbors upstairs. Yeah. Now, Dutch families and Irish families can be very close, Leo. Dutch and Irish families can be very close. But it depends on their background. You'd have to see what she calls her father in other languages. Good point, Jonathan. I wonder how it is in the Japanese. How did everyone fare? We got the Najul leaves. Wukevu came along and helped us find them. Jonathan, I'm going to look it up because I can actually read some Japanese. So I'll be able to figure out if she's calling him Chichi or if she's calling him Oto-san. Or if she's literally calling him Papa. We got the Najul leaves. Wukevu came along and helped us find them. Wukevu was here. I would have liked to say hello. Yes, he gave us an important history lesson. Explainers. Explaining. And so this is what happened, everyone. That Galul job brought an end to centuries of warfare surprises me little, but to achieve said peace through cuisine is something else entirely. Well, everyone loves food. Leave it to my old man to find the oddest of solutions. But how about the rest of you? Is our kitchen ready? Everything should be in order. Oriaji and I made another tour of the village and borrowed the cooking utensils we need, with no mention of what we needed them for, of course. And I'm pleased to report that we are stocked with the finest firewood this forest had on offer. Spoken like a true expert. Erinville and I found a brook, so we should have meat aplenty. It was a spirited creature, so much so that its hunter fell down a cenote trying to catch it. What part of never speak of this to anyone did you not understand? I'll say it's okay. We love you still. You're fine. I picked a good portion of local herbs, with particular attention to the seeds that yield akiote. I'm told that our resident astrologian divined the appropriate measurements for the seasoning as well. Aye, though further inquiry did I determine the ideal balance of spices. Then all that remains is to prepare the dish itself. I presume that at least one among us is versed in the culinary arts? No. I can hardly claim profound skill, but I've cooked for myself. You can leave the rest to me. And you, I hope, as I recall, you are an accomplished culinarian. I'm trying to remember. I think I got to level 50. Oh, my mouth is watering already. If it was IRL me, they would run away. No, I'm not that bad. Without further delay, then. Okay. Cooking time. Now we're going to go into a Japanese cooking show. Ara? Ara, ara, ara? We'd expect her to jump down a cenote just to bring it back up? Absolutely, Mirokos. Yeah, Jonathan, the whole Elizabeth situation.
So good.
Good, there is still time. I shall prepare our sample at once.
Yeah, you can't imagine these bros cooking anything.
At first, I wasn't sure about being stuck with the one head. But better that than playing nanny to the mewling house cat.
Yeah, you got off lucky.
Be quiet, Bakul Jaja. No one cares what you think.
Okay.
Act tough all you like. Victory will be ours.
All right. We shall see.
It's ready.
I feel like Kwana and Wu Klamat should be cooking this, but hey. Oh gosh, now I want to order from Taco Bell.
Wait. We submit to you our Shibruk Pibil.
Taco Bell.
This looks amazing.
Kwana's like, is this better than Charlayan food?
The dish is prepared by using the culinary techniques of the Mamulja to cook the spiced meats favored by the Jabral. It is a symbol of peace between their two peoples after centuries of war.
This is the British Bake Off show. Starring Ben.
Both the ingredients and your methods appear to have been correct. Now then.
Go on it. Well, it's no Archon loaf. It's no sausage roll, right, Ben?
In taste, texture, and aroma, you have recreated Shibruk Pibil admirably.
Yeah, but what if there's a tie?
Granted, anyone might well achieve similar results by following the recipe to the letter. But you went a step further. You sought to learn the cultural significance of the dish, about Yoktel's history of violence, and your father's role in ending it.
And Dwaka gave me a huge craving for curry and chai tea. I actually went out and bought a box of chai tea.
And for that, I commend you.
Clap, clap.
All that remains is to partake of your creation. True understanding is gained only through experience.
Now this is something I'm definitely good at.
Let's eat it. Let's eat it.
I believe we have yet to receive our assessment. Ours is also a faithful example of Shibruk Pibil, as you will no doubt agree.
Okay, let's taste it. Is there soul? Is there soul? I feel this is a little bit subjective with only one judge. Let's see.
I see. While your effort looks the part, unlike the second and third promises dish, it lacks its defining aroma.
I'd want more judges.
The meat was marinated in spice before being steamed in an earthen oven. This is Shibruk Pibil.
Oh? And what about the Jatika banana leaf?
Uh-oh.
It's because of you that we couldn't get any damn leaves. You can't fault us.
But the second and third promises had no such difficulty, did they? That which they needed, they acquired simply by showing interest in our history and heritage.
It's just a crusty old leaf. What difference could it make?
Oh dear. Oh dear me. Excuse
Your dish
us.
lacks an essential ingredient. As you have failed to demonstrate an adequate understanding of Shibruk Pibil, I must deem your performance unsatisfactory.
Oh wow.
Your team will not receive keystones.
Which I feel.
This was stupid anyway.
This is a fair assessment, Epic. Why would they want someone in charge who doesn't care? But Sorolja.
His ambition only grows more intense. That someone could harbor such dark thoughts towards family.
What do I care for this sham of a feat? I can always take what I need later.
This is delicious! The brook is so tender it melts in your mouth, and the way the najul leaf rounds out these spices is sublime. This is the taste of harmony. Someone who only knows brute force and deception could never appreciate it.
Yeah, he stepped on my taco. He is not a taco appreciator.
Choke on your harmony.
I will never forgive him for the taco.
Come. Finish your meal. That too is part of the feat.
Yeah,
Don't
Koana.
have to tell me twice.
Choke on your harmony? Oh, is Koana gonna eat? Can he manage it? Imagine if Obama made really good burgers, would vote for him again. I never vote for someone based on their cooking.
You've got real culinary talent. If you ever tire of adventuring, you can always be my personal chef.
It was palatable enough, I suppose.
Quanda's like Hermione. Your soul is as dry and crinkled as the pages of the books you so desperately cling
To you,
to.
who have successfully performed the feat of repast, I present these keystones.
Only 1 feet left.
Well, I should get going then.
See you soon, bitches. Don't leave me here, Kwana.
I'm glad that I wasn't paired with one of the others.
We can do better than that, surely.
I want to join the boy game.
The 6th keystone is ours. Thanks for all your help, everyone.
I
forgot something.
Maybe for, I don't know, maybe an hour? I guess, maybe? 7th gym badge obtained.
Was there any shipbrook people left? I could really use another helping.
Oh my gosh, that was a cute one for her. That was adorable. That was a cute Wuklamat moment. That was quite cute. I think I'm a bit PTSD'd because I remember there were these 2 people that were running for Prime Minister, Stephen Harper and Joe Clark. Now, Joe Clark was a very outgoing kind of guy, very chill, laid back guy. Stephen Harper was a bit more remote. Of course, I voted for Stephen Harper. But there were people who were like, of course I would vote for Joe Clark. I feel like I could eat like a hot dog with him. He feels like a, you know, every man's man. And I was like, a con man feels like every man's man. You don't, just because they're approachable and can cook well doesn't mean anything. It means that they're trying to sucker you and manipulate you into doing shit. We need to start considering how to reclaim that keystone from Bakul, Jaja. Yeah, I'm a cold stone bitch. Depriving the first promise of a keystone is crucial victory indeed. One final feat remains. After this one, I hardly know what to expect. That was so good. I'm already looking forward to having Jabruk Pibil again. Here, Nikko. Crown made more using leftover ingredients. You'll love it. I'm thinking to buy more for the road myself now that the feat of repast is over. The villagers should be free to offer it to us, right? Okay. That's cool. Vibes-based election. Yeah. Aether currents? Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay. So I literally just stop here? Okay. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to turn down music just a little. I'll just chat with chat. Narratively, it's as if she's the only one who can win. It was at this point that I felt that MSQ lost almost all stakes for me. The next quest starts the next gem quest. Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. Yeah, I'll do some Aether Current searches, and then what I'll do is I might there's a chance that I'll have time on Saturday for either World of Warcraft or 14 or a bit of each. Maybe tomorrow night as well. We'll see. Northeast. Somewhere down here then. Here. Ugh. Oh, that jump. Yikes. Wind MSQ now. Do some Aether Currents. Okay, yeah, we'll do Aether Currents. Vibes-based election. Yeah. I couldn't do it. I couldn't. They either make sense or they don't make sense. Narratively, it's yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure yet. Definitely it's hyping her to be the one, for sure. Which is, yeah, it's a tough one for sure. Mirokos, yeah. Because then you feel like if she can't go wrong, what's the point? But on the other hand, I feel like the stakes for the entire race was removed when the father said that if Kawana or Wook don't make it, he'll just revert back to taking care of everything himself. So to me, they already lost half of the momentum, which for me is fine because I didn't go into this expansion expecting major momentum anyway. In fact, having that momentum of who was going to win and if someone doesn't win, I think that added some half-baked tension in there. For me, when it comes to that kind of tension, if you're not, half-baked is worse than nothing. It's like, what are we doing here? Southwest. I think he thinks that it's over here somewhere. Well, we'll just fill out this map and see if we can find any other Aether Currents. Kwana is the lead at this point, though. That is true, Epic. That is true. He's technically got the most keystones, I think. That doesn't make sense because narratively the wall has to win as well. That still doesn't take the stakes out of your journey. Sorry, why does the wall have to win? Do you have any character tropes that you enjoy? Character tropes. I'm not, bizarrely enough, I'm not a character-focused person. I like plot techniques or like plot gimmicks more than character stuff, which is odd, I know, but I actually like Chosen Ones done well. I like anti-heroes. I like trickster archetypes. I like people who are trying to do the right thing, but they're doing the wrong thing while trying to do the right thing. Very tragic. So being narratively the wall has to win as well. What do you mean by that, Jonathan? Can you clarify that? There's maintenance in 2 hours as well. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just take it chill. We'll just chat with chat. It would be interesting if the Warrior of Light would lose. Absolutely. Even if it's something like a competition, it would be hilarious if we lost. It would be great. I'd love it. Well, we can't lose. We're not a competitor, but we could lose by proxy, by the person that we're with losing, which I still think would be fantastic and interesting. Blue leaves down below. Yeah, I saw that, Mirokos. Then in that case, what plot trope? Oh yeah, I was talking about plot tropes. Plot tropes. I love the plot trope where people think one thing is happening, but another thing is happening altogether. I love plot tropes where, like, there's a surprise twist at the end, like, a character is revealed to be something other than who they are. I like the concept of, like, gods returning to a secular state and having to like negotiate with a world that has left them behind. I like the sacrificial hero type that dies at the end. It's a bit tragic. It's not like something I would want to watch for fun all the time, but you know, like it's cool. What else do I enjoy? I hate tragic stories, generally speaking. I find tragic stories to be friggin' depressing, so I usually avoid tragic tales. I don't like it when people are killed off for lols. I like happy endings. I love happily ever afters. When I'm reading romances, my favorite pairing is like I like hurt comfort. So like an extremely traumatized character has to work through trauma with the help of their new partner. I love that kind of shit. The darker, the better. But with a happy ever after, of course, at the end. None of this Hunger Games stuff. That's like bordering on bittersweet / tragic. We will never be healed. Nah, like, yeah, like it's, you know, you'll always have scars, but like, you're not gonna let it define you forever. Yeah. Guess the size of the stakes never impacted the story for me. I was more focused on taking notes on when characters started to grow. Race was just a vehicle focus for the growth to me. I mean, because it's a video game, we're always predestined to be victorious. Yes, unless they put in like a Xenos character at the beginning in Stormbloods. Xenos was a slap upside my head. I was like coasting on Warrior of Light fumes, and then Xenos happened, and I was like, oh. That was artificial, technically, right? Because the game was making a point about our character, regardless of what your skill level was as a player. Because remember, they're telling you a story about your character. So even if you're a fantastic gamer, your Warrior of Light is not always fantastic, as we discussed earlier. So the whole Xenos thing for me was a great time. One thing that I would love to see is if over the next 10 years, expansion by expansion, our Warrior of Light gets really dark and starts going off the path a little bit, like starts getting weird. They can't do it with our Asm, but it would be so interesting if they could have done something like that. So then over time, you begin to realize that the people and the things you're killing are actually innocent people and things. And then your friends have to like step in to be like, bruh. And then there's a fight where you're actually like fighting your friends. I don't know. I think that'd be interesting. Probably would never work because of who Azim is, but it would be fascinating in a game. Kind of like the edge of madness kind of stuff. I think it's down there. Oh no, it's over here. We'll probably end up in this area anyway. I'm probably going ahead. What's my favorite band? Like music band? Like the Re-Enchantment of the World? Yeah, Vic. Yeah, something like that. I was just trying to tie a predetermined ending, still have stakes in their journey. So I want to see. We're always Okay, so Jonathan's talking about how in a video game, we're always predestined to be victorious. And I think that's true for the most part. Long-term with Warrior of Light, of course, they're not going to want to leave their players coming off of something feeling like they failed. Although they technically did that with A Realm Reborn post-patches. I'm just trying to tie a predetermined ending, still have stakes in their journey. Not sure what you're trying to say there. Not sure what you're trying to say there, Jonathan. Could you kind of clarify that a little bit? I'm very curious what you're touching on here. We're technically her champion, so her losing is tantamount to Warrior failing. Yeah, that's what I always figured. Like, we'd be failing by default if she failed. No, I have not read Forgotten Realms. I picked one up in the library when I was like 16 and read them for a little bit, but have since not read any. I love enemies to friends tropes. Yeah, those are fun. It'd be neat if we had an expansion where we run into a living shard of Azim on another. I imagine we will at some point. How are we liking Dawntrail? How are we liking Dawntrail, chat? How's chat liking it? I think Epic enjoyed it. I think Ben enjoyed it with some qualifications. I think most people enjoyed certain parts of it more than other parts. There's a great funny video exploring that concept outlook. I think I mentioned this before, but I love foil relationships. Yeah. That was evident to me, at least, since pre-patch set this contest up. I mean, you. So far, the idea of having a not girl boss in charge is fine with me. Following the path of a loser to greatness is never a bad thing. However, when it comes to the execution of certain scenes, or, for example, I found out from chat today, chat educated me, that it's very common for South Americans to refer to their parents as mama and papa. Which, don't get me wrong, chat, when I'm in private, I sometimes still refer to my father as daddy, but I never, ever say that outside, out loud, on the street, right? Like you're not shouting that out on the street, but apparently in Spanish related culture, like in South America or in parts of Mexico and stuff like that, in Central America, this is a common thing. But since I don't know that, when I'm coming in with my preconceived notions of what it means to be mature as an adult, and since this game doesn't show other characters using that word as adults, mama and papa, then this actually cemented my opinion that she was immature. The chat pointed out, no, this is very common for South Americans to refer to their parents this way. So I was like, oh, okay, fair enough. This then highlights some issues with Saralja and Kwana, because Saralja and Kwana don't refer to Galul Jajat as Papa. So this means that either the writing team don't know what they're doing, they're accidentally, in an attempt to make her feel warm and cutesy, they're accidentally making her sound a certain way, immature, or they're doing it on purpose to highlight that Kwana and Saralja have some break with their parent and their culture. So this is an example of where I don't know if it's a question of an eye to detail, but it certainly is not taking into account confusion that might occur from people not knowing what the language is. So someone asked me what bands that I like. Okay, so first I'm going to transfer over here because we're gonna do this. I'll show chat some stuff here. Wait one sec. I'll show chat something. So basically what I have is I collect music on YouTube, and the music that I'm going to show you represents a a morphing of interests, if you will. It doesn't represent everything, but it can maybe show you how my interests go over time. Okay, so let me show you. Okay. Where is it? Oh, good heavens. Oh, wait one sec. I'm getting used to using Brave, so it's a bit odd. So for example, if I go all the way down, let's open it up this way. I wonder if it will let me. You're gonna see that my taste is fairly eclectic. I do not hold to liking one band over everything else. I'm not a one band Andy, shall I say. And you'll see that I, for lack of better term, so I think this list has around 425 videos. So I went through like a Nightcore phase. Wolfgang Lohr, I really like his electro swing. I went through pop music, Nightcore music, Powerwolf, Reverent of the Rats. This is pop covers. This is like film music. Royce Cop, or Roos Cop, however you want to say it, which I loved. I think I listened to How the Flowers Grow over 50 times in 1 month. Don't ask me why. Baroque aria with a theorbo and a countertenor. I went down the rabbit hole of countertenors because of a book, book I was writing. And then basically I went from finding out about countertenors into what is a castrati And then I went down the rabbit hole of castratis. And then I went from castratis to eunuchs. What was a eunuch? How were eunuchs made? And who was the last eunuch that existed? And then I found a very sad story. And it was horrifying and horrific and very sad. Camelot, a trans person singing Nightwish, sung by Danny Vask. I love Danny Vask. Serenity, The Fall of Man, Tom MacDonald. Main theme from Chrono Trigger, Byzantine chants, Orthodox chants, Renaissance love songs. I went through a Renaissance thing. Psy, Bambi, see Roy Kopp. This is a movie. Lo-fi music, melody, dance music. Knock on Wood, Bee Gees. So this was all dance. This one right here, Lorne. This one is trippin' balls. Trippin' balls. This one, I'll show it later. Mute. I found this one a while back. I love Mute. They do really cool stuff. Final Fantasy. Here you can see a lot of Final Fantasy, Kid Leroy, Bollywood. I love Bollywood music. Final Fantasy, belly dancing music. I love belly dancing music. I love Arabic music, actually, period. Elden Ring, Clannad and Moya Brennan. So that's more like Celtic New Age. Imagine Dragons, Two-Way Edahe. So this is like League of Legends shit. Imagine Dragons. Oh my gosh. Unmet Ozcan and Odiken. I love anything with Odiken. I usually like their stuff. Down in Yon Forest. This is medieval. Nightcore. Baldur's Gate. Carol of the Bells. J-Lo. I love me some J-Lo. Skyrim. Prince of Egypt on a hammered dulcimer. Tetris. Gregorian monks singing different things like Halo. You want to hear Gregorian monks singing Halo. It's just life. Japanese. Pop. J-pop. Rap. Taiwanese folk metal. Anyone here an enjoyer of Taiwanese folk metal? Covers for various things. Amino by Era. Amino. Amino. Nightcore phase. Another Nightcore phase you can see. Egyptian trap music. So there's this whole thing that's going on in Arabic culture, particularly in certain countries in the Middle East and in North America. You get this like Egyptian or Arabic trap music. Very interesting. Exod. Bennett. Vois sur ton chemin. I love this one. So Umet Ozcan, he did one called Bifrost. It is fire, absolute fire. Battle Cry by Jim Yosef. Dark Egyptian music. Yeah. Techno remixes of different songs. Smash Into Bits Trigger. Valhalla Calling. Yeah. Pogo. Tron. Black Eyed Peas. Belly dancing. More belly dancing. You can see I went through a whole belly dancing phase. Britney Spears. Sea Shanty metal. So this is like Jonathan Young. Every now and then I catch up on Jonathan Young. The Dune soundtrack. More belly dancing. Don't ask me why. Shakira. Pop music. La Llorona. So this is like K-pop. Here's more Dune. You can see I got really into Dune. Imagine Dragons, Ava Max. I got into Ava Max, which is basically pop. Final Fantasy 14. More, I don't know, folk metal, folk rock, folk music. Lindsay Sterling. Found some good songs from her. David Guetta, Madison Beer. This song here, Make You Mine, is very nice. Star Set. Jenny. Such a good song, but holy moly, the lyrics are so disturbing. Arthas Lich King theme. So because of the Arthas Lich King stuff, I went on a thing. I found like covers, an Arhu cover. I found a metal cover. It was so good. Kano Yoko. I went down the rabbit hole with Marcin. I love Marcin. Pop music. Soundtrack. Yeah. John Wick. I love the John Wick soundtrack. So, what does chat think? Does it get a thumbs up approval from chat? As long as you stick to chronological... Oh, yes, talk about ruins. That's because you're a privileged white cis Canadian. Your colonizer mind thinks Latinos are trash. This is totally what it is. You heard Chrome is starting to ban ad blockers? Oh, well, thank goodness I don't use Chrome. Yay. Your taste in music seems to reflect mine, especially with how they jump genres. I can accept the fact I can handle anything that isn't mumble rap. Oh yeah, mumble rap is another one. Powerwolf, Frusciante, and Spinetta, and then below them is anything ever. Camelot. Make sure you don't get copyright striked if you plan to share music. Yeah, I get copyright striked a lot. It is. As long as people can see it, I'm okay. Remember dancing Gangnam Style at the club 1,000 years ago? Arthas. We've listened to a lot of the same songs. Very strange music tastes. Yeah, bounce up and down. This is music playlist 4. 4. I have, obviously, being number 4, you can imagine there's 3 other jumbled. And they all represent, like, transforming interests. But this one, I'll show you this one. I sent this to somebody, and then they told me they got depressed and felt, let's just say it didn't help their mental health. So if you have mental health issues, you might want to mute this for a sec and go and make some tea. I'll show you a little bit of it. Let's see if it will play. Yeah, she did it. She did it. A bit depressing for some people. I found out. I don't take it too. I'm not too, you know. But yeah. The weird thing is like with my YouTube, some of this stuff, like the Rasafan, obviously I've seen that show. That's an anime. I've seen some of Castlevania. So some of this is easy for me to find. Some of this is recommended. Like this one was recommended to me by one sister, this one by another sister. And then some of it, like for example, this one here, Sajanka Jumpalimpa, was just in my recommendeds, and I'll just, yeah. It's a ride they can't take. Yeah, it's very dark, right? I mean, this lady basically euthanized herself, essentially. That's a bit tough for some people, right? So yeah. Yeah. I love Viking rock. I love. This is my short stuff, right? That's my short stuff. I also have long stuff. This has 582 videos. What is on my, I don't do Spotify arm. I don't do Spotify. I abandoned that platform a while ago. I don't like not being able to, how can I say this? I dislike being not, I don't like not feeling in control of choosing what I want to listen to. And when you have free, you can't control exactly what you want to listen to in your playlists. So, yeah. So like here, obviously I put in some new WoW stuff. Dystopian, Dark Ambient, V Rising, Forgotten Deity, Yope Beving, that's piano. Witcher 3, Hogwarts Legacy, Elden Ring, World of Warcraft. I do a lot of sci-fi ambient backgrounds, post-apocalyptic backgrounds because of something I recently was writing. But I have like Quetzalcoatl, Shadow of the Serpent, so it's like dark, I don't know, jungle type stuff. Melodic techno and progressive house mix, desert ambience. This one I've watched probably at least 10 times, maybe more, on repeat. Arabian music, Misty Forest music, Bulgarian and Balkan trap. Don't ask. I just like lo-fi beats of Lord of the Rings, Gregorian chants, Enigma greatest hits, probably one of my favorite things ever. Yeah. So this is what I listen to when I'm coding or when I'm writing stuff. I pull from here. Stuck in Eternal Guilt, Facing Your Fears, a Silent Hill inspired playlist. This one here, Songs for a Quiet World. I've listened to that a lot. So I listened to my playlist consists of 80s, 90s, and early 2000s rock, rap, and metal. Yeah, I love rock music. I love metal music. I just don't listen to any one thing over and over. I can't handle it. I start going crazy. After watching Zeppla HQ, MTQ Captures, Arthas, Savix, Matsui Zekai, Asmongold, Wolfie, etc., YouTube's recommended me your streams. Oh wow, Gosetsu. Wow. I love Gollum Song. Gollum Song was gorgeous. I think I saw Chieko before Akalon, but I didn't start watching her content until after Akko. Oh. Sometimes there's a song I can just spam. So the song that I can just spam over and over again, So this is one of the songs that I Royce Cop How the Flower. So this song I played, I want to say at least 50 times in a month, but it could have been more. It screwed up my YouTube play recap that when they generated the AI album cover, it was like completely inspired by Royce Cop's How the Flowers Grow. They were like, yeah, you really like this one. Well, Gosetsu, you just missed me playing Dawntrail MSQ. I do play on Wednesdays, usually. I might be playing either tomorrow night on Thursday or on Saturday. But I might be playing WoW on Saturday. I don't know. But yeah, I love Gollum's song. I saw when you dropped your vid. Oh, that's when you saw me talk about the Dragonflight family cutscene. Yeah. I found the channel after the Akko video and then watched the Xenos video and subbed. Oh, yeah. My Xenos video with the crappy sound. But I mean, not as crappy as the romance video. Yeah. Highly recommend this. This has got like I don't think I can play a ton of it because they'd probably come after me. Not that I'm really trying to make money, but yeah. This is my vibe for, like, if I was going to say my personality was in music, it would be this. Maybe. It's very, very synthy, but kind of dark. Yeah.
My body is a temple in a different world without a care. Logical.
So anyway, where is the, is there a, yeah, I got to be careful. I switched to Brave and I'm running DuckDuckGo now to make sure I don't dox myself all the time. But we'll see how this works. Yeah, here we go. I love these kinds of lyrics. They're so weird, but oh, good heavens. I give up. My body is a temple in a different world without a care. Logical. My future is a master of nothing at all. It isn't there. Typical. Oh, yeah. Let's get to the chorus. I'm like you, in awe of how the flowers grow. Oh my gosh. Let's get to the chorus.
My future is a master of nothing at all. It isn't there.
Let's get to the chorus. Typical. So anyway, I love this. I listened to this like 50 times in 1 month, probably 2 months in a row. It screwed over the algorithm so hard for YouTube that it messed with my my yearly song recap. Another channel, if anyone here is a writer like me, loves writing, highly recommend this. This is Blue Turtle. Blue Turtle does the most beautiful musical things ever. They draw and animate their own work. And probably the one that I've listened to the most is this one down here. Fantasy Music for Inspiration, Coastal Village. And probably the second one would be Morning Vibes, Medieval Lo-Fi. But people, let's just choose this one here. Okay, let's just wait 1 second, let it load. Where am I at? Let's put it in the background. See, even I commented on it. Yeah. I listened to this to get through a really difficult piece of writing. This makes my engineering homework feel like an adventure. Tried having this running as background music during a D&D session. Ended up having it as an accompaniment for a sea burial. Scenarios playing in my head while doing my boring work tasks. This helps me maintain focus. This song reminds me of role-playing games. I played one. They just mix, they find music on SoundCloud and YouTube, I imagine, and they just mix it really well. You'll find a way to dox yourself? Yeah, for real, for real. Yeah, look, everyone, if you want me to listen to something that you really love, there is a music channel on the Discord. Pop your music in there. I will actually listen to recommendations, for real. I like listening to new music. So just throw them in there. I'm always listening to, trying out new songs. I'm very open-minded. Like, I found out Dark Country from Blue Saraceno. I never liked country. Do meme songs count? Like Shmohoyo? Like, hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your husbands, because they're, you know that song? By Shmohoyo. Or the one, Ain't Nobody Got Time for That. Ain't Nobody Got Time for That. Yeah. I don't mind meme songs. I don't mind covers, like Melody Sheep. I love Foley artists. Foley artists are like, mwah, for me. One of my favorite Foley artists is very new. They're kind of like a... they're kind of like they're following the thing of Harry Potter. Wait a minute. Oh, what? Efrio. That's their name. They're, I get the feeling that they might be like Filipino or from like a different, I don't want to say exactly what country they might be coming from, but they did this beautiful music, and all of the music that was, all of the stuff that was, sorry, I'm going to pause this for a second. All the stuff that was used here was sampled from either the soundtrack or the sound effects of Harry Potter. So this is like Pogo. If you don't know Pogo, this probably won't have meaning for you, but it's basically, it's a form of Foley music, but it relies more heavily on the soundtrack than Pogo would. Pogo relies more on making sound out of individual stuff, whereas this is more like making sound out of the soundtrack with additional stuff. But this is amazing. I love this shit. I love Foley music. I'm a huge fan. This is like in I think at one point he actually did something. He did a collab with Pogo. So he's not quite as good as Pogo, but he's still very good. Have I ever played Cyberpunk 2077? No. But I have heard some of the music. Not all of it, but some of it, yes. I think I have a couple in one of my playlists, actually. Particularly from the trailer, I believe. But I'm not sure if it was counted in one of the gang music stuff.
I don't doubt you, Severus.
Oh, I'm waiting for you.
Oh.
Yeah. It's a very strange form of music. It almost verges on meme, but I think it's a bit prettier than meme music. I think meme music, you know what you're watching, you know what I mean? Yeah. This music has me sleepy? Yeah. It's very gentle. And this movie, Half-Blood Prince, had probably the best soundtrack out of all of the films. Only rivaled by number 3, probably.
It's lucky to be alive. They are indeed.
Sort of lost it last.
Yeah, that's called Foley music, Epic. That's Foley music. Yeah, it's a whole thing. I love it. You should recommend it.
Remember?
To remember.
Swear to it.
What are they?
It's lucky to be alive.
Liquid luck.
They are indeed.
Sort of lost it last week. You see,
What you're reading, Kent?
the Dark Lord told you.
Feels like this.
Yeah.
Close your eyes.
Anyway.
Remember?
To remember.
Swear to it.
What are they?
Days ago. Drink.
Yeah. Could you spell that? Have you ever talked about your favorite animus or anime? Could you spell that? Sectum Sempra? Code Gay Ass AMV? Doom OST? So anyway, I love this kind of shit. I'm all about Foley music. I liked Pogo. I liked Melody Sheep. I like Efrio. So I'm open to meme music. If you have meme stuff you want to share with me, I'm open to listening to it. I don't know if I'd like listen to something all the time over and over. It depends on how silly it is. Remember that I use a lot of my music as a form of writing, right? It's for writing. Have you ever talked about your favorite animus? What do you mean by that, Leo, exactly? I feel like Leo asked me another question earlier, but I think I answered the band question. I also listen to speeches to get in the writing mood, like Am's hate speech from I Have No Mouth, but I Must Scream. Anime. Oh, what's my favorite anime? Oh, Lord. Oh, gosh. So for me, I think there's two kinds of anime, if you will allow me to say so. There's the anime that you know is quality, and then the anime that you just flat out enjoy, regardless of quality, right? So there's stuff that you know is good, stuff that you enjoy. So the stuff that so the one thing that I've watched over and over and over and over and over and over again is Naruto and Naruto Shippuden. I personally think that Naruto and Naruto Shippuden are flawed, but they are attempting to do something beyond the shonen genre. And they are heavily... I don't think Kishimoto did it on purpose, necessarily. But what I do think is he tapped into something Jungian, and it's incredibly impressive. So is it flawed? Yes. But I enjoy it so much because of that Jungian energy that I get from it. So I really love that. I really love Fruits Basket 2019 because of the message, really, and the characters, and its romances for everyone, happy ending, pretty much. And it's probably one of the strongest shoujo things that you could ever watch. Probably the other strong shoujo one that you could watch is Sankoku Monogatari, but I would put this in B tier because it is, in my opinion, incomplete. Okay, that same thing goes for Oran High School Host Club. So these are ones that I've enjoyed, but I recognize they're incomplete because the manga wasn't complete when it was written. So up here, Blood Plus, I found that one to be fantastic. Incomplete, but I loved it to death. Trinity Blood and Trigun and Sayuki. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. The first Full Metal Alchemist, totally fine. Beautiful soundtrack, really, really nice. But I think Brotherhood, for me, achieves what the author really wanted from the beginning. I think it's a very strong anime in terms of what it's attempting to say and do. And I really love it. If you want to go Brainiac, like if you want to go full Brainiac, you watch Ergo Proxy. But it's incredibly pretentious and it is a tax. This is high Brainiac Brainiac literary mode. Like in the anime, they recreate the same library in which Jack Kerouac did his whole, like the whatever road, blah blah blah. Like it's very, very high end. Samurai Champloo for me. Code Geass for sheer stuff. Weird ones I liked. I'm gonna put in here Rasafon. That's the mech one. That's just wackadak. Witch Hunter Robin maybe should go up here. I think. Weird ones. What was another one? Kyo Karamao. This is like a very clean MM kind of thing where a boy gets flushed down the toilet and goes to a world where there's hardly any females and he ends up with a whole bunch of males. And yeah, it's very poorly done. It's completely shitty. So maybe we should actually put it in its own category. But the fact that it's just full of hot guys who, in your head, you know what's going to happen with them. Shitty. Let's call it shitty but fun. I'm going to put that down here. Black Butler. Kuro Shitsuji. Psychopaths Season 1. Season 1. Karas. Hellsing Ultimate. If you have not seen Hellsing, you're not a man. Weird. Maybe I should put this one down in here. It was weird. Where do I put Black Lagoon? Would I rewatch Black Lagoon? Oh, Bleach. Where do I put Bleach? Incomplete. I think Bleach is incomplete, fundamentally. But, yeah. Did I ever see Fushigi Yugi? Not all of it, no. But one of my favorite songs comes from Fushigi Yugi, which is Dengon, sung by Koyasu Takehito. I love Koyasu Takehito. He's actually in Sankoku Monogatari. And there's a song that he sings as the Emperor. He voices the Emperor in Fushigi Yugi. Oh, Hunter x Hunter. I will put it... Cowboy Bebop, obviously, goes up here. Obviously. Hunter x Hunter, I get the feeling it is good, but incomplete. And I never completed parts of it because I was just like, nah, I'm out. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I love Naruto. It's my hill to die on. Right? This is stuff that I enjoy. These are my favorite. I'm not saying that they're good. I'm saying they are my favorite. Although many of these obviously are good. But I think Naruto Shippuden's themes elevate it from what it achieves for me. Remember, I'm thematically inspired. I'm thematically inspired. I'm not always plot driven. The one with the cap. Oh, weird ones that I liked. Loveless. Let's put that in there. Loveless. Beautiful soundtrack. Is there an issue with age? Maybe. It's all about the fact that Ritsuka hasn't lost his ears yet. Dear me. No tentacles. I've never really watched tentacle porn. I own Ergo Proxy in Blu-ray. It's next to Elfenlied. Oh, yeah. Mushishi. Oh, where would I put that? Mushishi is... I'm going to put it under weird because it just has that more... and I'll also put in under there Natsume Yujinsho. Ben, I'm not... This is not me making S tier ranks. I need to make this clear with people here. Okay, this is not by any means me saying that Naruto is better than Cowboy Bebop. This is not an ordered list. This is me just thinking of things. Mob Psycho, I've watched... Which one have I watched? Or did I read the manga? I watched a bit of it. If I was going to, I would put it somewhere in this list. Once again, this list is not indicative of what is better or worse. Although I would still probably put Naruto and Naruto Shippuden above. Any Gundam series you enjoyed? Not really. No. Cardcaptor Sakura. I think it is technically complete now. With the clear card season. Majin Tante. Oh, I love Majin Tante, but it's technically would go under incomplete. It would go under incomplete. Majin Tante Nogami Neuro. Good but never again. Good but never again would be Bakumatsu Kiken Setsu Irohani Hoheto. Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei. Oh, what's that one? I'm gonna pull up my side thing here because I'm trying to be good. First season had some jank animation. Ah, yes, here. Shitty but fun. Tokyo, Majin, Gakuen, Kenpucho. Darker than black. We gotta put darker than black. Black up here. Is there like an anime list? I used to keep an anime list. I kind of went crazy over anime at one point, but do we have start tracking my anime today? Okay, fine, but I just want a list. Can we just have a list? Can we start with numbers? Dot Hack. Never seen Dot Hack, but I want to. I've listened to music from the Dot Hack stuff. I want to watch Dot Hack Sign. Whenever I go into Ramu, I think of Dot Hack for some reason. I don't know. What else has chat seen? Chat, spam everything that you've seen. Oh, Clamp School Detectives. Good, but never again. Clamp School Detectives. I should sit down and remake my list. Spy X Family. Very good. Should do that. Spy X Family. I've not seen everything, but what I did see of it, I liked. Noragami. Noragami. Is it complete or incomplete? Is it complete as it is? I have never seen all of it. Let's say still watching. Let's put it under still watching because I can't tell if it's complete or not complete because I haven't finished it. There's some stuff I never finished. Just spam and chat. Let's see what chat's done. And then maybe from chat spamming, I will remember stuff. It's hard for my old lady brain to know. Okay, let's see here. Oh my gosh, great teacher Onizuka. Ooh, so good. But incomplete. The anime is incomplete compared to the manga. Amazing. I'd still put it in top, okay? It just means like incomplete overall, but great teacher Onizuka. If you've not watched it, you are not a real person. Frieren, I have heard that it's good, Leo. I should. Well, it's okay, Ben. You can absolutely dislike Naruto, but yeah. GTO, Gurren Lagann. I've actually seen Gurren Lagann, but I never finished it. So we'll put it down here. Sword Art Online of my childhood, yeah. Frieren, must watch, obviously. Full Metal Panic, Full Metal Fumofu. Full Metal Panic and Full Metal Panic Fumofu. And also Sword Art Online. I'm going to put it under still watching because I don't think... What's the one with the slashing? Yu Yu Hakusho, didn't finish that, but I liked what I watched of it. Hakusho, Evangelion, same. Never finished it. Escaflowne, bizarrely enough, I've seen all of that. Escaflowne. Full Metal Panic was off. Dr. Stone, I watched, I think, half of one season. I didn't really get into it, but it was fine. Vinland Saga, I've not seen. Black Clover. I feel like I've watched a little bit of that. Black Clover. I'll put that down. Higurashi, don't know what that is. Little Witch Academia, nope. It's Metal AF, yeah. There's still stuff I'm missing. Death Note. Okay, so I didn't finish all of Death Note, and I don't find Death Note great, so I put Death Note down here. I think when I look at Death Note, I know it's a good thing. I just it's not enjoyable, but it is, you know, you can't say no to Death Note, I think. Yeah. I think I'd put K underneath here. Excel Saga. I feel like I watched that one. Excel Saga. But is it good enough for me to have watched it again? No. Keep spamming in chat. Fate Stay Grand Order. Yes, okay, so I'm going to put it under here, but I did watch one of the Fate Stays completely, but I'm not sure which one. Kill La Kill. Demon Slayer. I think I only got through first season, but I liked what I saw. Garuden, not seen that. Wondrous Life of Saki, nope. Bubblegum Crisis, that sounds familiar. Battle Angel Alita, Edge Runners. Well, obviously, let's put up here Miyazaki and Shinkai. Okay, so these are ones I've seen a bit of Dragon Ball, but nothing, like only stuff here and there. I don't find Dragon Ball. Attack on Titan, only watched part of it. Never finished watching it. Never will finish watching it. This is one of those that I watched a bit and I just knew it wasn't for me. But I recognize the quality. Fairy Tail. I don't think I tried that one. Berserk. Same. Cardcaptor Sakura. Loved that one. Sailor Moon. I actually have not seen much in terms of Sailor Moon. JoJo's neither that. No, not JoJo's. Gurren Lagann. Goblin Slayer. Yeah. Yeah, so anyway. I'd have to sit down and go through the list. But off the top of my head, if I was going to make any recommendations for anyone to watch anything, obviously I would say Full Metal Alchemist, because I think you can be brainiac and enjoy the themes in there, and it's just a solid show overall with the animation, with the characterization, with the plot, and I think the themes of it are really, really strong. I actually think the same thing for Blood Plus. I think it has a very interesting ending, and I think the relationship between the female and her side cast is very fascinating. Hellsing Ultimate is for the gore. If you want to watch a guy jacking off in kind of in an arm, I can't explain, you want to watch that. Cat-Ass was a showcase to show off, I forget which studio's animation. Anyway, I love that. Cowboy Bebop, I think that's everyone's favorite. I think it's pretty fun. But Darker Than Black, I think, is just has more accessibility. If you want to watch something with superheroes, but it's darker, I think that's super fun as well. And I think Samurai Champloo is a nice, quick 26 episodes, one and done. Get in, get out, have fun, great characters, great themes, a fun time along the way. Very fascinating. I love the music in there. Samurai Pizza Cats. Oh, Steins Gate, actually. We should put Steins Gate. Steins Gate is also really good. Ergo Proxy is borders on pretentious, but I watched it and there was a moment where I genuinely had a cry. And then I went out and I wrote fan fiction for it like 3 or 4 times. One shots only though, Vic. Only one shots. Ergo Proxy is I want to rewatch it now, being older and more mature. But it is a tough sell. I would not recommend it. If someone was like, I want to just have a good time, I'd be like, stay away. Fooly Cooly. Yeah, that's taking me back. But I don't know if I finished Fooly Cooly, so I'll put it down under this list here. And I'm actually going to remove Attack on Titan. And even though I haven't watched it, I'll put it under Good But Never Again. And then down here, shitty but fun, almost every let's say yaoi stuff I saw. Let me tell you, some of that stuff is so poorly animated. Don't watch it, but so good. What was that one that I watched? The vampires and the blood. Let's look up classic yaoi anime. Chat will just have to hang in there for a bit. Yaoi anime. Black Butler counts? Yikes. Yikes. Why are you giving me Yuri on Ice? Ask yaoi. What the? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is coming up under my yaoi search. Chat. What is up with that? That can't be right. Oh, Gakuin Heaven. Shitty, but fun. Marginal Prince. This is not entirely Junjo Romantica. Gravitation. Oh, I kind of want to put it up here. It's so classic. You can't call yourself a Fujoshi if you haven't seen Gravitation. There was one about... There's one about... Sasaki and Miyano. Yeah, I'll put it down here. Sasaki and Miyano. There was one about vampires and I forget what it was called. Oh well. Loveless is on here, which I mean technically Kyokara Mayo, a boy is transported to an alternate world and is told that he's to be the new king of the demons. It's great. Love that one. So fun. Monochrome Factor. That actually Monochrome Factor. Anyway, that's where we'll leave. Oh, Mirage of Blaze. Yeah. Level C. Look, I have not even watched enough. Clearly there's some I'm missing here. But yeah. This is a good start. Castlevania, does that count? Because I have watched the first season, but I haven't finished it. But I did like the Netflix Castlevania. Everyone has huge hands. And except for the Twink's Claymore. No, I haven't seen that. Black Butler, yeah. It's not, it's a lower line, of course, it's all inferred, but it's technically, I think some stuff sneaks into the yaoi category because it's just a whole bunch of men and there's no woman involved. Vampire Knight, ooh, I don't know if I finished that one though. So I'm gonna put it there. Rosario Vampire, Tokyo Ghoul, never watched that. Time Prisoners. Do you know there was an anime that I really loved? It was called Area X. Sorry, not an anime. It was a manga. Has anyone heard of it? Area X? I think it was called Area X. I actually bought no, it can't be that. Let's see. No, it's not that. What in the world? No. No. What was it called? All right, manga. Oh, it's called Area D. Has anyone read the manga Area D? Has anyone seen it? Anyone familiar? Here, I'll show it. I'll show what this looks like. It's I've only seen bits and pieces of it. But it's something else. It's something else. I've been wanting to watch more. Yeah. But basically I have one of these novels in Japanese. Basically, this boy right here, this young man, has a superpower, and he ends up getting sent to a prison island with other people who have superpowers. Yeah. Does chat know? Has chat seen Area D? It's only a manga right now. Oh my lord, I forgot Vampire Hunter D, and I collected almost all the novels, and then I gave them to Party. So we're going to put Vampire Hunter D up here. Vampire Hunter D, both of the films. Devilman Crybaby, I feel like I watched a bit of that. Is this yaoi stuff? Because no, this is not yaoi stuff. This is not. Does this look like yaoi stuff, Ben? Does this look like yaoi to you? Ben? What does this look like to you, Ben? You think you're seeing that in a yaoi manga? No. Area D is absolutely 110% no. You get to see a naked girl in the first book. Most modern anime is bland and unoriginal. I mean, it's possible. Someone who identifies as a man. Yeah, that's what this girl is giving off vibes of. Yeah. No, I highly recommend. I can't highly recommend let's just say that what I did read was very fascinating. I actually want to keep an eye on it. I've been keeping an eye on it. I've been really hoping, really hoping. I've been really hoping that they could make it into an anime. But on the other hand, I prefer if they left off not making an anime right yet and do it when it's all completed. So they got 14 so far, but I don't know how far that goes. Yeah. Red line. Most of anything is bland and original. Yeah. Arity sounds kind of gay though. Only to you. That's Ben. Ben, that's because you're subconsciously looking for it, Ben. You know you want it. How can I say this? How can I say this? Okay, so let's go back to my little list here. My shitty list. There's stuff on here that is not great. But these are favorites of mine that I would recommend in a heartbeat to anyone. But does that mean that they're all good? No. Many of these are good. In fact, for example, Ergo Proxy, I'm going to take it off here. And I'm going to put it under Never Again. But that's not true. I actually do want to see it again. But I would never recommend Ergo Proxy to someone as a favorite. But if someone said to me anime is just stupid and it has just stupid stories, I'd be like, you obviously don't know what you're talking about. Watch Ergo Proxy. Watch Psycho Pass. Psycho Pass is extremely thoughtful. I was up till 2 a.m. talking with a friend about Psycho Pass. Psycho Pass has a lot going on, particularly in the first season. Like, is Full Metal Panic actually really good? No, but so fun. Right? How many times have I seen Escaflowne? Not a lot. Let's put it down here. Where did I put Black Lagoon? I didn't end up putting it anywhere, right? I would recommend it to people. Would I say it's an actual favorite, though? I don't know. If I was going to recommend by Shinkai, I would say Your Name. And if I was going with Miyazaki, I would do Spirited Away and Howl's Moving Castle. Those are my two favorites, probably. I also like Totoro. Cat Returns, obviously. It's about cats. Kiki's Delivery Service is pretty fun. Princess Mononoke freaks me out. But yeah. Reading is gay. We established this. Yes, Leo. Exactly. How dare you? Yeah. Magic Knight Ray Earth is coming back. Yeah. I mean, doing remakes, I think, is fine at this place. Yeah, Escaflowne was super dense. I agree, Mirokos. The Wind Rises, I don't think I've seen it. Trigun is a classic. Where did I put Trigun? I think I put it under here. So I would recommend, okay, so out of here, I would recommend reading the Trinity Blood light novels and watching the anime. Trigun. If you love hot men altogether, Sayuki. It's technically not yaoi because they don't have things for each other, but it's definitely seinen. Sankoku Monogatari is one of the most politically and socially complex shoujo I've ever read. Hunter x Hunter is something you put on your second monitor because you want to watch something amazing all over again. I love Majin Tante no Gami Nyoro. That manga is amazing. But the anime is, in my opinion, cannot encapsulate the completeness of the manga. The manga is really good. The anime touches on it. I wish the anime could do it all. Like, I wish they could do a Fruits Basket for it. Great Teacher Onizuka is a must-watch. I think if you have not seen Great Teacher Onizuka, you have not lived. Oyasumi Pub Pub? No. No, I have not. Pun Pun? No. No. There's a lot I haven't seen, but there's stuff I have not put on this list that I have seen. I've seen a lot, but I have not seen everything. Obviously, I can't see everything. But this is a good, like, off the top of my head, looking at what chat has done. I love the manga I Am a Hero. Oh, never heard of it. Never heard of it. Ah, Johnny's in chat. Hey, Johnny. We're talking about our favorite anime. We're talking about weeb shit. Spy X Family is fun. Noragami is fun. Gurren Lagann is fun. I need to try Dr. Stone again. I want to watch some more K because that had lots of hot boys in it. I need to finish up Castlevania. I like some of the soundtracks in Demon Slayer, and I heard the Yu Yu Hakusho stuff is pretty fun as well. So, weep mode after 14 stream is, oh my gosh. I just realized. Shit. Oh, fuck. Well, I will do it another day. Have you seen The Irresponsible Captain Taylor? No. I do not know. I don't know that. I haven't learned that yet. Yeah. You can skip season 3 of Castlevania? Okay, noted. Season 3 is really bad. All right. I will not do that then. But yeah, I like anime. I have quite a few. But once again, like for me, I focus a lot on concepts. Like if I think about what I really like, for example, I really like Naruto and Fruits Basket. And it's because of the themes alone. I think the themes are very fascinating. A lot of these other ones, in my opinion, feel simplistic in comparison, which is very odd. There's some yaoi action in season though? Oh, is there? Maybe I will watch it just to see. Yeah. Yeah, so this is a list. This is a list. But once again, I think I'm missing some things that I'll probably remember tomorrow. One of the funniest ones was Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei. This one is very complex in terms of Japanese culture. This one is incredibly dense. I would never recommend it to people, but if you take the time to pause and read what's going on the blackboard, it's really great. Fate Stay Zero, yeah. Fate Zero. Yeah. There's a part in Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei where there's a hikikomori that they're trying to get to come to school, and the parents are like, we can't get her out of her room. And the teacher's like, okay. And for some reason, his one student who's super idealistic and like refuses to admit to the difficulties of life, she's like, there's no way we could have a hikikomori in our class. And everyone's like, what? And she's like, she's a Zashiki Warashi. And they're like, what? And so it's basically like a spirit that you want to keep in your house because it will bring good luck. So she's like, we got to keep her inside because she is the spirit of good luck. And so they start boarding the hikikomori into her room. And the hikikomori is like, what's happening? And she goes to the window and is looking out. And the teacher is using a rope to scale the side of the house to board up the windows. And he slips and starts hanging himself outside her window. She freaks out, rushes to her bedroom door, tries to open the bedroom door, only to find out that she's been essentially nailed into her room. She starts screaming. She finally batters her way out of her room, only to find that the entire hall is filled with creepy dolls and seals. And the hyper toxic positive girl is like, Zaraki warashi asobi masho. was something else. She's like, I don't want to be here anymore. So she ends up becoming a hikikomori, but at school, and she never leaves the school. And at one point, she bonds with the teacher, and the teacher gives her a care package for committing, you know what. And he opens up the care package, and it has rope and other things inside, and a CD of Enya. It's something else. Let's see if we can actually let's see if we can find it. It's heavily into Japanese culture though. Sayonara Setsubo Sensei Hikikomori scene. Oh yeah, he gets a stalker. So there's this girl who's stalking him. Let's see if we got the stalking scene. Stalking chain. Here we go. This is great. I think okay, here.
おはようございます。
今まであれだけ俺につきまとっておきながらあんな男になびくとは。
何よタカシ、許せない。あの女とは別れたって言ったじゃない。
あんなにお店に行って別れつぎ込んだのにあんな男がいただなんて。
あなた、私を捨てて商売女に走る気なのね。
奥さん、いつも奥さんの下着洗ってるの。
I'm the one who always washes your underwear.
あら大変。ストーカー呪術なに愛しき先生いっぱい引き連れて。
ハーメルンの笛吹きだ。ハーメルン、ハーメルン。
いっそこのまま厄介な人たちを町の外まで連れて行ってくれないかしら。
It's something else. So that's called Sayonara Zetsubo Sensei, and the first 5 to 10 minutes is him attempting to commit you know what, and then getting saved by his future student, who he finds out is going to be his student. Let's see if I can get the hikikomori. Let's see if I can get the... There's so many other disturbing things that goes on. Another interesting thing about this anime is that there's a Oh, and there's a foreign student as well who is, it's like Great Teacher Onizuka in a way, but weirder. Meru Meru. So like it has like weird interrupts, and then if you get a really good sub, okay, you need to be careful how you download this and watch this. But the best subs will actually take the time to translate everything on the board, and there's actual, how can I say this? These things on the board change like from scene to scene. Don't tease me. This is the foreign exchange student who's violent. A person who can always do what he wants to do doesn't drink out of spite. And sometimes they will like do long lists as well. She's abusive in her emails. So like there's like no inspection, happy, caching, enjoy. So some of it is directly to you, the reader, from the animation team, and some of it is actually doing in jokes for Japanese viewers. Yes, it's like the portrait changes every scene. Yes, in the IT crowd. Yes. Gintama's on my to watch list. I only saw a couple episodes and I need to watch it. I love IT crowd. Of course, Moss is my favorite, but I also love the vampire guy played by Noah Fielding. And the big fat quiz with Moss, which is Richard Ayoade and Noah Fielding. The big fat quiz, big fat something. Anyway. Yeah. So you got to be careful about what subtitles you get. But there's some really effed up stuff that happens. And it's done in a way that is very strange. It's not like your average anime. And he has these moments where he gets despair. That's what the word setsubo means, despair sensei. So he'll go into moments of despair.
君のような人がネットで私の悪口を書くのですね。でもあったらおとなしくて礼儀正しいから怒るに怒れないんですね。もうひいきするのはやめます。絶望した。ネット社会に絶望した。
So he goes into like these wild despair. Big fat quiz. Yeah. Jimmy hosts. Yeah. So my favorite of the big fat quiz is when Noah Fielding was wearing that tent dress and they ask him to show it off and he gets on a chair and he's like, push me, Richard, push me. Yeah, I love the big fat quiz stuff. I was introduced to it by a friend who came from England, and the Mighty Boosh or whatever. So that stuff is wild. And for some reason, I actually don't mind IT crowd, but I can't watch The Office. So puzzle on that one. One of my favorite parts in IT crowd is when when he ends up basically in a wheelchair and he's like, I'm disabled. Chris O'Dowd. So good. Yeah. So anyhow, I highly recommend Zetsubo Sensei, but it's very difficult to get your hands on it, and you want to really make sure. You really want to make sure that you, how can I say it? You really want to make sure that you get proper translations. Afterlife? Let's see. I feel like this sounds familiar. Oh, it's what's his face? Ricky Gervais. Okay. How many seasons? Three seasons, 18 episodes. Interesting. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. Yeah, apparently there's a third season, but it got mixed reviews. But you never know. You might enjoy it yourself. You can always try it out. Anyway. What time is it? Oh, look at that. It's before 2 o'clock. I would recommend Angels in America. Angels in America. I'll look at it. Miniseries. It sounds a bit heavy. I rarely watch. I very rarely watch anything. I feel like I need to say this. The thing that I last watched, like the thing that I last watched to completion was Dead Boy Detectives on Netflix. And before that was probably Sandman on Netflix. And then I also watch on occasion stuff like Project Runway or something like actually watch RuPaul's Drag Race on occasion. I've been trying out a new fashion show. Yeah, I almost never watch anything heavy. I never watch anything heavy. But if other people like it, everyone, Leo is recommending Angels in America, which is basically about a man dying of AIDS during the Reagan era who meets an angel. Yeah. Sometimes RuPaul gets a bit political and it's eye roll inducing and I don't like it. But I like seeing them take their makeup off and seeing what pretty men or not pretty men there are underneath the makeup. I know that's weird, but there's some very pretty boys on RuPaul. I also watch America's Next Top Model. And my favorite part about America's Next Top Model is when you had like Christian models who break down during the nude shoots. I love that. Or like models breaking down and crying because they make them cut their hair. I love that. That's what I eat for breakfast. I have a thing for that as well. So I do like my share of reality TV, like any female. It's very rare for me to watch something dark. crying girls give you pleasure, it's Schadenfreude. It's Schadenfreude, Johnny. I'm a very plain girl. I'd probably put myself at a 4 or a 5. So seeing a model freaking out, she's really pretty. She's going to look good anyway. She's like having a meltdown. Oh no, my hair. Oh, I love it. Yeah, it's my internalized misogyny. I also just like it because they're like entitled girls who are finally realizing the world doesn't revolve around them, and that sometimes you have to, it's something that I learned at a very early age because I'm very normal looking. You like heavy stuff? Yeah, how can I say this, Leo? Almost all of my consumption is light. It's a rare occasion when I watch something heavy. And the reason why is because my life is already heavy. It depending on where I am and how my life is going will determine how much I can take on extra on top of everything else. So I usually will avoid hyper heavy, hyper intellectual stuff in terms of entertainment. Like what am I doing in my spare time? If I'm doing research for something or I'm interested in talking about something, I'll definitely go down that road. But if I'm talking about like, what am I going to pop on my screen on a Friday or Saturday night? If I pop anything on, it's a very rare thing for me to do. But if I do, what am I going to pop on? And the answer is not super heavy stuff. Like I'm not going to sit down and watch Oppenheimer. Probably the heaviest thing that I saw would be maybe Dune. Maybe. And that almost doesn't even count really. So yeah, I'm not one of, so everyone knows, like, I love thinking about deep things. I love enjoying deep things. I have a love of Gothic literature and medieval literature. I'm not afraid to read something difficult, but, and this is where I think I part ways from some people, I'm not elitist about it. So like if someone comes to me and is like, yeah, I like Full Metal Panic, I'm like, that's fine. That's great. Maybe your mind needs some tragedy. Yeah. Yeah. It's Walker with the chair. Yeah, like Endwalker for me was really heavy. And it was at a time when I was struggling with a lot of things. But through it, I came out feeling better. But if I hadn't, how can I say this? If I hadn't gotten invested early on, I would have probably paused on some things on it. Sometimes some things can get just really heavy, or incredibly intellectual. Some days I'm just like, nah, I just wanna peace out. I just wanna, yeah. And Walker's about hope in the end? Absolutely. Yeah. But yeah. I think one of the reasons why I like reality TV show is I get to see people fighting and it's interesting and amusing to me. But even then, I can't take that in large doses. I have to peace out after a while. It's like sitcoms. I can't handle sitcoms too much because the high amount of focus on character interactions can drive me crazy. It's heavy, but not entirely relentless. No, I think they did a good job overall with the pacing, frankly. I know some people weren't happy with it, but yeah. But my mom, for example, my mom is like, oh, have you seen this show and that show? And have you watched this or that thing? And I'm like, oh my good giddy aunt. I don't like reality TV because I don't like gossip. You have to get me at a certain, let's say you have to get me at a certain mental state for me to enjoy it. Because I am, even though, like I said, I have some some atypical stuff going on, I am still very much a woman. When my family start talking about other people, I just leave. Well, I don't gossip personally. I never gossip in my family personally. On occasion, like I'll talk about other people, but I try to keep it like constructive and thoughtful. I do not spitefully gossip, and in general, I don't gossip. On the other hand, I don't always leave. I will just kind of peace out mentally. I'm not into gossip. It has nothing whatsoever to do with gossip. It's watching other people who have come from various backgrounds clashing and having meltdowns. And it's like, look at their lives. It's such a mess. I'm not the only one who's fucked up. The worst I do is dox myself. Holy moly. Johnny is weak. Johnny's running around gossiping. Is that what you're saying? So true, Ben. Is Johnny gossiping, or is he just unable to leave the room? Curious minds need to know. You're unable to leave the room? Yeah, sometimes as well, like, it's just hard. I have nowhere to go. Oh, Johnny. Oh, boy. Don't you have a bedroom or a bathroom that you can go hide in? Usually if I get really pieced out from interactions, I go hide in the washroom. I'm like, nah, I gotta go. I canceled my Crunchy subs, so YouTube for a while. Okay. Yeah. YouTube, when it comes to YouTube, I watch a lot of like people reacting to content. I go to bed if I'm just done. Yeah. Go to your bedroom. Johnny, can you go outside for a walk? Can you go to the bathroom or to your bedroom? I can walk, but they'll follow? Holy crap. Oh, wow. I mean, there are some people like that. Oh, and the bathroom has thin walls? Yeah. There are some family members that can get really scary. I think it's time for you to move away, Johnny. It's time for you to move away from your family if you can, after you get a job. Move out. Get out. I moved all the way around the world to get away from my family for a bit, because it got to a point where I was like nesting in my house. And yeah, let's just say it got to a point where I was like, you know what? I'm going to move to another country across an ocean and figure things out for myself. And yeah, that worked out pretty well for me, I must say. They followed you? Wow, that's insane. I guess they just wanted someone to talk at. Some family people are just very persistent. I had a few siblings like that. And also I think some people who are very like narcissistic, they don't really care about what is good for you and your mental health, right? And so they yeah, so they basically, yeah, they just, Leo is like, fight, 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 fight. Yeah, some people don't have it in them, though. You know what I mean, Leo? Not everyone has that power. But okay, I can't promise anything about tomorrow, but I shall do my best to hop on Saturday. It turns out, because of various things, that I'm going to be free in the evening. So I'm thinking about rolling a character in World of Warcraft, and we will be doing the mop remix and seeing if we can get me at least one mount. So honestly, I think it could be a lot of fun. So if you want to play with me on Saturday, if you want to run mop remix, Mr. Pandaria remix thing, we're going to be trying that out and seeing what we can do with a free trial character. Oh no, is Leo crying? Oh no. Oh shit. Sorry, everyone. Is Johnny crying? Is Johnny crying? It's contagious. Oh no. VLX, can I ask what industry you're working in? If you don't mind me. I mean, at a pinch, what I could do is do something different on Sunday. I could, at a pinch on Sunday night, do the WoW stream and just do more Final Fantasy XIV on Saturday. Oh, you work in food. I work as a QA, making sure everything is safe and up to standard. Like in a factory, VLX? Is it like factory work? Sometimes factory work requires you to go in, right? I used to work at a candy packaging plant. Oh, Nabisco. Okay. Yeah, I worked at a candy packaging plant in my town during one part. I think I did it out of desperation in, let's see, right now it's 2024. So it must have been in 2023. I think I was doing some work in either 2023 or 2022. I went and did some work. It looks like VLX is like in a food packing plant, Leo. You do like food things? After that, there was certain candy I couldn't handle anymore. I was like, done. I didn't want to smell them anymore. Like the Swedish raspberry jelly, like not jubes. Thank goodness jubes have been saved, but yeah. You make crackers and cookies. Oh, wow. That's crazy. We have a baker in here. We have some people who have no jobs in here. Johnny used to work in the video game industry. Confirmed Chieko lives in my town, kid. Yeah, okay, Ben. All right. Johnny's looking for work, might be stuck doing janitorial. Everyone knows where Chieko lives. Oh, say it ain't so, Leo. Yeah. My sister had a chat with me. She was like, you gotta have to decide these things. The problem is I want to publish under my actual name, my nonfiction stuff. So, like, do I tell chat that or do I not? When is it right? When is it okay? I kind of have burned my bridges in terms of taking a master's degree. I don't think I'll ever try to get back into taking a master's. I was offered, I declined. It's just, it feels like it would be a waste of money. But then people would know my name. Indeed, yes, they would. So I'm a bit torn. Should I make a whole separate other third or fourth name to publish my nonfiction underneath? It's just it's a whole thing. So how pissed were you? Do a PhD. Let's just say this. When I came back to finish my 4th year, I had the idea of taking a master's degree and then going back to China to teach for more pay. My 4th year at university, I had an amazing track record. I had nothing below an A-. Most of them were A's and A+. I was a stellar student. People were falling over. And the head of the department remembered me from years and years ago, right? I never failed at English. There were many other classes I struggled with, but English I've never had an issue with. So that's why I'm not afraid about bragging about that. So she came to me, the head of the department, and she was like, look, we'd like you to join the master's degree. We'd like you to continue studies. I would write a reference for you. I'd help you fill out the form. Just come to my office. And I looked at the master's degree and the PhD studies, and I was just like, nah. I just couldn't. The literary fields in Canada have been so compromised. So, A's like a true Canadian. So, yeah, don't bother with the masters. Yeah, masters don't matter anymore either. Yeah, PhD is where it's at, for sure. But I couldn't even get to a PhD. Too much literary fiction? No, I'm actually okay with reading bullshit as long as I can critique it, Leo. But the scholarship, in my opinion, is compromised because of concerns about policing free speech. Like, once again, chat has heard me go off on people, right? I very distinctly said I don't think that free speech should ever cover impoliteness or rudeness. So everyone knows I'm not talking about being a troll or being rude or being impolite. But if you can't play the devil's advocate, if you can't ask questions, if you cannot put forward ideas that you are thinking about, if you are unable to state your point of view because it is no longer welcome within that sphere, I don't think I belong there. Just right, girl? Yeah. So it got to a point, Leo, where I had to silence myself in order to get through the classes. And my teachers liked having me around. I think I was pretty good as a student, but I could not be myself. I had to compromise a lot. And I remember Camille Paglia basically was like, just lie a lot and get through and come out the other side, get your tenure, and then they can't fire you. And I just can't, I don't want to give, it's already expensive for me to actually go. I had to take out a loan with a really iffy agency to go to school. And so I'd be paying money into a system that is fundamentally opposed to me and does not want me there. So yeah. It's about self-respect and not driving myself crazy. I would just sit there fuming. And once again, it's not because we were reading heavy literature or like things I didn't like, right? I don't need to like everything I read. I don't need to like DeLillo to analyze DeLillo, right? It's when people around me are behaving in such a manner that I feel like the conversation has been intrinsically damaged. Yeah. And one professor actually took me aside and basically told me that another student had reported me for sharing a story that she found offensive. And she basically gave me a warning. Yeah. Now, once again, whenever you're talking about fetuses and dead babies, someone in that classroom is going to have had experienced an abortion, and they might not feel comfortable with the reality of what they did. But this is a sci-fi class where we're reading a story about insects impregnating humans. So, so yeah, the topic got heavy at one point, and next week the teacher took me aside and was like, someone was very upset about what you said. And I was simply sharing a story about my mother's experience having a miscarriage. I wasn't even saying abortion is bad. I wasn't even talking about abortion. I was talking about a miscarriage. And apparently that was enough to set them off. And that's when I felt ashamed. I felt like I'm being shamed for something I shouldn't feel shamed for. And so remember, I'm sensitive, as a female is. I'm sensitive to people shaming me. Right? But unlike females who just cave in and feel ashamed, I get angry at myself for feeling ashamed, because I'm logically looking at myself and I'm like, you shouldn't feel ashamed for this. You didn't do anything wrong. But from that point on in that classroom, do you know how like woke people talk about not feeling safe, right? From that point on, I did not feel like it was safe for me to share my experiences or talk about what I've experienced, because Lord forbid someone else in that classroom be, triggered. And once again, I wasn't even talking about abortions. I was talking about miscarriages. So it was just, yeah. So once again, if we were just sticking to the books, right? If we were just sticking to the books and reading the books, that would be fine. But because they were encouraging us to talk about cultural issues, and then, conversations got personal, and then people are taking offense at it. You know what I mean? Like, I got to a point where I was like, I don't want to be here anymore. And I spent the rest of the year and a half angry, like internally raging. I could feel myself coming home and just being angry all the time. And it just got worse and worse. And it was not my professors, actually. Most of my professors were very reasonable people. It was literally the other stupid people I had. Oh my gosh, I could go on and on. Some of those girls should not have been there. They should have been at a college learning how to be ECE teachers or something, like a PSW or something. They had no business being there. They couldn't even read the book properly. Their vocabulary was barely out of high school, and this is a fourth year class. Anyway, yeah, I have very strong memories of my fourth year. And once I saw some of the course offerings for the master's degree, and one of them was about Instagram, I was like, nah. If I wanted to take culture studies classes, I would do it the right way. I would go into anthropology. And I don't get me wrong, I like anthropology. I love archaeology. But I didn't sign up to be an anthropologist light. I didn't sign up to be an opinionated student about things that has, like, they have no... Why are we talking about plastic in the oceans? We're supposed to be reading this book. I got increasingly angry. It just went downhill. Nothing's worth giving up your dignity. Absolutely, VLX. I'd rather be poor and have self-respect than be rich and hate myself. Being angry or upset would get in the way of learning as well. It would be distracting. Absolutely, yeah. Like I would hate how bad I felt, because I felt like I shouldn't feel bad. You know what I mean? Gestapo. Yeah, basically. Yeah, the teacher pulled me aside and gave me a warning. I felt like I was going crazy. And now, once again, I've always doubted myself a little bit, because people throughout my life have told me that I'm very insensitive, that I'm not socially clued in sometimes, right? So I already have those whispers of doubt that I'm not doing the right thing. And then on top of that, someone comes to me, is like, oh, by the way, you didn't do the right thing. It was just like, it was worse than being called a shit healer in a dungeon. I spiraled so hard. And who could I talk to about this? I could talk about it a bit to some of my family, but almost none of them went to take something like literary. It just was very rough. It felt bad. Pimp slapped this bitch. Yeah. And that was another thing. Who was it? So then for the rest of, okay, everyone. All right. Imagine, if you will, one of those lecture halls, right? It has like 500 people in it. You hear someone doesn't like what you said. Whatever. This was different. This was a seminar, a 4th year seminar. So there's only 15 people in that room. One of those 15 people didn't like what I had to say. That made it even worse. Because I was like, who is it? Which one out there? That's their problem. Yeah. Describe the ovipositor in gross detail. Tell her breath smells, so she needs to... Look, abortions mess with you. Okay. I knew someone who had an abortion when she was 16. Her parents pressured her into getting it. Okay. Look, she was in a bad place. And a year later, she got pregnant and had a child, regardless of what her parents wanted, because she felt so bad. Like, it was just really hard. I might be a brain damaged sociopath, but I don't get these people. Yeah. It was just really, really terrible. Everything that has ideology injected in. Yeah, it was just so ideologically. I have 2 friends who are anthropology. I hate them. No fun to talk to. Yeah. Teacher encouraging paranoia. It just felt like we couldn't have a real conversation about difficult topics, right? We're reading a short story about aliens injecting humans with egg sacs. And if they don't cut the human open with their little mandibles and appropriately anesthetize the humans to birth the egg sacs, the humans will literally explode and die. So there's this whole like slave owner kind of thing. It was a very dark sci-fi topic. And no one in class wanted to talk about it. It was one of the worst held classes I've ever seen. Like, no one could cope. And I'm sitting here going, this is 4th year university. 4th year. Like, if you can't talk, like, the whole point, you signed up to this class, it says transhumanism on the package deal. You signed up to this. Like, what are you doing? And it's not like you're locked in forever. This is Canada, right? This is Canada. You can change your mind in the first week. You could be like, oh, is this the syllabus? I don't like it. I'm going to switch. No one's going to stop you. Most of the time, they'll help you get to where you want to go. Now, sometimes seminars can be a little bit, fucky because of attendance numbers. They're intended to be less than 20, 25. Generally speaking, you can switch most of the time. Especially if you went to the professors and you were like, I'm sorry, I'm actually finding this topic triggering. They'll switch you. No one wants to be socially ousted. Yeah. And once again, like, if I had been rude, right? If I had been rude, if I had been attacking someone verbally, right? If I had been unnecessarily graphic, I think there would be some cause for complaint there, right? So I'm not suggesting free speech should just cover a multitude of wrongs, but it got to a point where I felt like we couldn't even study what we were supposed to be studying, and we were just shitty anthropologists, just really shitty anthropologists who were wannabe sitting around talking about topics we had no business talking about. And I don't want to pay money into more of that. I just don't want to. If I could find a really nice program that I could afford, I totally would. I would go for my PhD for sure. Can you imagine me being able to say Dr. Chieko? That would be amazing. Professor Chieko? Fantastic. But, just not the way things are right now in Canada, like I looked at going into America, it's just so expensive. I can't do it. I'd have to like end up going to UAE or something to teach English there to pay it off. Yeah. Doctor. Go to Europe. Yeah. Don't come to America. Dr. Gay Cowboy Lover. It's great having our money being worth 30% less and then losing 60% of it to taxes anyway. Yeah. Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I'm gonna say that my professors at university, most of them were not the problem. In fact, I met a couple that I absolutely respect 110%. They're not all off the rocker. It's just that some of them have their hands tied and they literally actually get schooled by their own students for not being pure enough. It's just, it was not great. When you have a white, congenitally disordered they, them, telling your Jamaican person of color professor that they are not allowed to enjoy Harry Potter because of trans rights, I think we have a problem. At that point in time, we can't have a conversation anymore in class because the they, them are going to flip their lid at a moment's notice about everything. Is that racism? No, but yeah, I take your meaning, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like white person schooling person of color. Like, what are you doing? As much as I love our country, our priorities here are ass backwards. Yeah. Yeah, ultra anything ruins everything, really. I don't like it on... That's another thing, right? So a lot of people know I'm a person who's fairly religious, right? I'm a bit more open-minded, but you know, I'm fairly religious. Why don't I go to a Christian university? Do you know why I don't want to? I don't want to go there and have to be locked in to Christian readings of everything. To me, I don't think that is any more helpful than leftist-only readings of everything, if that makes sense. I grew up with very religious readings of everything. I don't think it's all bad, but I don't think it's helpful. And I think I want freedom to read beyond just what does it tell us about our faith. Like, can we value it based on whether it agrees with our philosophy or not, or our theology or not? They, them should mind their own business. Yeah. I will say that prof, she was phenomenal. At one point, the they, them decided to tell us how did white European males have dominated enough and that they had systemic privilege, etc., etc. And we were studying Gothic literature. And the prof actually gave a rundown of Edgar Allan Poe's life and H.P. Lovecraft's life to show that both men were actually marginalized and victimized by the very society that was supposed to be giving them privileges. So the prof was actually like top tier drawer, very balanced, very nuanced person. At one point, we were talking about the fall of the House of Usher. You know, fall of the House of Usher is about a brother and sister who are, there's some weird shit going on there. The visitor comes in and basically is witness to the literal destruction of the home. The destruction of the home is caused by the sister who rises up from the ashes, as it were, to destroy her brother due to what has gone on and to bring down the house and the lineage. So we have this group of girls, right? There's 15 of us. No guys in the room, by the way. And they're talking about how women in that time were put down and they didn't have a lot of power and no agency. And this is like how the victimization of women is like so bad and stuff. And I'm like, but is it though? Because this is Gothic literature. This is about the destruction of the norm. And the destruction of the norm, in this case, was brought about by a woman. The woman became a gential in tearing down the corruption of the corrupt male institution that is represented by the brother and the lineage of the family. And her taking the house down with her is her act of enacting justice against this corrupt lineage. I was like, so really, Gothic literature is empowering women, and I think that's part of why women loved Gothic literature. Was there was this act, kind of with Mina Harker in the original Dracula and things like that. There is an aspect where women have power. If you've read Carmilla, the original Carmilla by Sheridan Le Fanu, is about a female, two females actually, who are mirroring each other and are extremely empowered. Now, are there guys doing their guy things as well? Absolutely. But I was like, so the room fell silent, and I was like, well, I just find it interesting that even if women were, struggling with privileges during this time period, Edgar Allan Poe chose a woman to enact agency against the house. The woman in the end has the power to bring down the corrupt institution. And there's this long silence, and the professor was like, this is a very wonderful and beautiful thought. Chieko, she said my name. And after class, she pulled me aside and she was like, I just wanted to say, I really liked what you said in class today. I was like, thank you. When I ended that class, she pulled me, everyone had left the room. She waited. I was packing up, and she was like, I would just want to say, I really thank you for taking this course, and I really appreciate having you here. I was like, thank you so much. And she was like, are you thinking about taking a master's? I was like, I'm hedging at that point. She was like, if you ever want a reference, here's my email. So she was a great lady. She was a great lady. Seems schools are moving towards segregation. They're already segregated by class, yeah. They're undoing progress made over the last 80 years, absolutely. Was the they-them a white European? Yes. And they were schooling a brown-skinned Jamaican black lady. I think that was always the case. I remember growing up during the Bush administration, I saw people lose their jobs over race and sexuality. And before that, segregation, according to Grandma. Yeah, people always other somebody, somewhere. When did you guys get your $10 million for being white and waiting for mine? I think it went out for a pack of smokes. Yeah, you and me, Ben. We're getting political. Hard not to get political. Yeah, it is political. Once again, there's an aspect of literature that is partially political. It's just that I'd like us not to have that talk. I wish I didn't have to. So, yeah. It just was unfortunate. And once again, I don't want to end up in a right-wing university either. Can I just have a middle-of-the-road university where we can have thoughtful comments and have people from all sides? But I guess not. No, we cannot. Yeah, I love the teachers. I really didn't have much beef against the teachers. Listen, Chieko, everyone is, except you. I do love the diversity of opinions you hear in college. Yeah, maybe in college it's different, Arm. I don't know. I didn't go to college. I made the mistake of going to university. But don't get me wrong. I love so many aspects of university. It's just the echo chambers is a real thing. I think in the future we'll be arguing over people who support universal income and traditional income, or people who oranges versus people who like teal. Yeah. I mean, there will always be somebody that's going to be on the fringe, right? What's the difference between college and university in Canada? Colleges in Canada are similar to community colleges in America. Community colleges or colleges in Canada are more practical. They have a higher direct ratio to hiring, usually. Their skills are usually more practical, and many of the college programs will have internships or other kind of hands-on experience built in. Not to be confused with trade school. Trade school is a lower tier than that. ARM is also correct. Colleges usually only require 2 years. Universities are more than 4 years. To go to college, you don't need to do high-level high school courses usually. And trade school, I think you can start attending trade school when you're like 16. Trade school is like for people who really don't want to get their like high school degree or just have the basic high school degree and don't want to go into college or university. So trade is below, but I don't want to say the word below because that means that they're less than. I'm not wanting to say that. But trade requires less setup. It's very hands-on. You generally go work somewhere and learn something with your hands. And then there's college, which is a bit more practical, still very short. Some college diplomas and certifications only are like half a year to do. Some are 2 years. And then there's degrees, like actual degrees. And ARM probably experienced this, probably Rufus as well. In Canada, there are sometimes step-up programs. So one of my local colleges, my local college in my hometown has a step-up program into my university. So you could take 2 years in certain things, and then that will count toward like a year of university or something like that, and it will mitigate some of the university time, but it gives you a standard certification that you can use for a job before you go into university. Education should teach people how to think, not what to think. Absolutely, Ben. Yeah. I just dislike how avoidant people are to engage with it until they're in their own echo chamber. It's very frustrating, immature. Teens have an excuse, adults not really. Yeah, it can be. Yeah. Yeah. Catboys are a mistake. Tab is banned. Where's party? Engage with the political mean to really think about, articulate their beliefs and principles. It's very hard to do that and to learn confidence. Yeah. Talking about immaturity, what are those girls going to do in the real world when they make someone mad or whatever? I don't know. I don't know. Trade schools are absolutely valuable at VLX. Absolutely, 110%. In fact, in my family, because of our educational background, there's only out of the 10 kids, only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only 5 have high school diplomas. Others went into trades, and others, like Party, fell into a job. But a lot of my family are truck drivers, plumbers, construction workers, movers. My own father never graduated from high school. And my father went into construction work. He went to Bible college for a while. But mostly construction work. So I have great respect for trades. In fact, I think more people should be in trades. I'm going to be frank. More people should be in college and trades. And the requirements for universities should be so high, barely anyone gets in, frankly. And if that means that I can't go, then it is what it is. I have to get good or I get out. Universities have largely always been mine tunnels here in the States. They private money, and that money has a motive. Yeah, I would also argue, Epic, that a lot of universities are about making money, right? Yeah. Trade schools are equal to colleges and university. One of the top high schools in my area feeds into an aero engineering trade school that's highly competitive. Yeah, that's awesome. I honestly don't like how there's like this unspoken hierarchy for some people, and that's why I said I don't want to create like a weird hierarchy about it. I think that's stupid and terrible. In fact, that hierarchy, the unspoken hierarchy, is in my opinion, what has destroyed the workplace. So, for example, in Canada, we have a shortage of nurses. Now, according to my sister, who has worked in a hospital extensively as a ward secretary for years until ward secretaries were made obsolete. But anyhow, she said one of the huge issues that Canada faces is that the requirements to be a nurse and a doctor are too high. It's unnecessary in some cases. And they make the hoops to become one unnecessarily difficult. So even when they import, let's say, someone from East Europe or from Indonesia or from Asia or some South America or whatever, those people will struggle to actually get hired because of the insane requirements that are not required. I think that's part of, and that's like a symptom of people misunderstanding what education should do. And look, there were, in that class of 15, I would say that there were at least 4 other girls who were very smart and should be going on to post-secondary, like the really tough stuff. Did I agree with how they did stuff? No. Were there moments where I thought they were also brain dead? Absolutely. But generally speaking, like there were girls there who I thought were absolutely proving that they could be there. But there was a whole bunch of girls there who were treating it like some high school club. And it drove me insane. Some of them couldn't even read the book properly. That's all I'm going to say. That's a 4th year. You shouldn't be doing that. Trade schools are equal. Okay, I've read that one. Anita Sarkeesian was the one who had a wedding without a groom. Oh, wasn't that like a birthday theme or something? Yeah, that's so weird. Nah. Most people employed stably, I know, are tradies. Absolutely. Look at me. I'm an example of someone who could be, I'm going to say, moderately intelligent, gets a degree, absolutely useless, life fucked. Now, the good news is I paid off my debt, and I don't have a school debt, but yeah. The best thing about universities is the fact they accept a diverse range of intelligent students. Having a sheltered Mormon debate an Afghan refugee is one of the peaks of uni. Yeah, if your uni is not an echo chamber, it's great, Arm. Yeah, that's nice. If you have a nice university. I didn't. Like I said. Me talking about something in class got me in trouble. And I wasn't even being mean. I wasn't even saying anything about abortion. And I got taken aside. In fact, one of the teachers told us that trolls weren't welcome. And I was like, okay. So I'm thinking, okay, no troll behavior. All right. And no devil advocates. And I'm like, what? So we can't like do a what if scenario if we want to? It was like thought policing. It was really bad. And also, because I struggle sometimes with being socially... Wait, you're a Mormon? I thought you were Amish. I'm not a Mormon. I am not a Mormon. And I'm not Amish either. But very close. But yeah. We were in an echo chamber, Arm. And we had one professor who told us that we weren't allowed to record in class. And it wasn't because of whatever. It was because they didn't want to be caught on audio saying weird shit. It was it was, yeah, there was some things I saw at my university that I was like, oh, very sussy. One of my oldest friends became a plasterer straight out of high school at 16. Sometimes that's what you got to do, Ben. And if you have a happy life and you are taking part in society and you are living healthy and happy, what more should you be? Yeah, you know, just go for it. Yeah, tradies get the last laugh with their 6 figures and steady flow of work in my experience. Yeah, absolutely. I love being a devil's advocate Amish streamer. Chico just spent most of her life living in an Amish paradise. Exactly. Churning butter once or twice. That's highly sus. I can't blame him though. Yeah. So once again, I want university to be diverse. But if you're in literature studies, let me tell you, it's bad. No recording thing is valid, to be honest. I don't want to be put on Instagram page for making my opinion known. Okay, there's 2 aspects to this, I think. So the first aspect is, as everyone knows, you can always clip people and make them sound really badly, right? Like if you clip people, whether it's a pastor or a prime minister or a professor or any of these people, you can clip them and make them look really bad. Right? And that's never a good thing. However, if you have institutional corruption, if you have a propaganda machine, if you have a corrupt echo chamber that is silencing valid opinions or even queries, I think there is a very good reason to sometimes shed a light on those situations by revealing, making sure you, of course, to make your full case full, you are not clipping them out of context. But it is imperative that if you feel like this is something you need to do, you should have the right to shine a light on whoever it is that is saying something crazy. Because there are a lot of people out there who don't know how crazy things are at university. And it went on for quite some time. Just look up the whole Lindsay Shepherd thing. And Lindsay Shepherd isn't even religious. She's not even a right person. She's not even a right winger. She was a normal, liberal Canadian. And what happened to her was nothing short of wrong. So you, in my opinion, if you are in a position of power where you are teaching people either as a religious person or as a political person, if you're an officer of the law, if you are a professor and you are educating people and the institution surrounding you is corrupt enough to continue without any recourse for correction, I think people who feel like they should, I never did it myself, but I think if people are caught saying crazy shit in the classroom, they should be recorded and they should be shamed for their bad ideas because they are in positions of authority and they are leading people and they're encouraging people to do bullshit and they need to be called out for it. But am I suggesting that we should clip people out of context? No. But I think we should adequately record corrupt people in power. And I consider professors being what they are. They're getting paid a lot of money to guide people through an important phase of their life. And if they aren't policing themselves adequately, then they need to be called out. You know, and I think I'm being pretty fair here, honestly. Your classes were an Orwellian nightmare? Yeah. So by the end of it, I was like I said, I had 3 professors, one of whom was the head of the department, asking me personally, can you fill in the form? would you like to take a master's with us? We'll literally, they were offering me references and I was like, nah, I'm going to go now. That's why. Oh, hello, Wooly. Yeah, the thing is, universities are not diverse and never were. There's a selection process, so they only pick who they think will help their image. Right now, they're just picking against you. Maybe in America, from what I understand, in America, you have to write essays to get in. Canadian universities are extremely lax. Canadian essays are extremely lax. Canadian universities. You need to achieve a certain level of marks depending on what university you're trying to get into. But I never had to write an entrance exam. I never had to make an entrance video. I never had to prove myself. Nothing. It was just a question of, did they like my high school transcript? Did they like my previous university year transcripts? And then they just, you get in. They just got rid of affirmative action, so even the little diversity we had is being eroded by the year. Yeah, I mean... I have another RAM, but it's slightly raunch. You'll learn more from old encyclopedias and randos on YouTube. At this point in time, yeah. Many states require consent to be recorded or that footage isn't usable in court. Yeah. But I'm not talking about court epic. I'm talking about the court of society, which unfortunately we have to do now. I don't like it. I am not a fan of mob justice, but sometimes push come to shove. I'm not suggesting we harass individuals. Once again, I'm not suggesting we use free speech as a blanket for sending death threats or harassment, but we need to have parents and investors in education to be aware. We need donors to be aware sometimes that certain professors are being hired in by universities and those professors are crackpots and need to be called out. They're being protected by an institution that is hiding the reality of what is being said in class from the people who are paying money into it, which is clueless parents and clueless alumni who are donating money, etc., etc. I don't think, unless something super egregious happened in the classroom, I don't think anyone should be taken to court of law, but they are certainly going to be taken to the court of social law, unfortunately, because this is where we're at, right? That's what happened to Lindsay Shepherd. She was run through the ringer by mob justice. So sometimes that's just what you got to do sometimes. Now, once again, I'm not advocating for improper speech. I'm not advocating for impoliteness. I'm not advocating for death threats. I'm not advocating for clips that are taken out of context. I'm not advocating for that stuff. I'm talking about if there's a serious thing going on in your classroom and you think it's time to shed light on something weird going on, maybe you might have to go this route. But I would do a last recourse on it. But yeah. You rarely write essays, state ones in public colleges, rarely. Yeah, I went to a public. I didn't go to a private. I went to a public because I'm a pavo. Universities and states can be from a detailed essay and interview to a complete evaluation. Yes, and I'm mildly aware of it because I actually helped a Canadian classmate apply for medical school in the States, and it was a complete shit show. Radical left or radical right professors were the best, to be honest, as long as they propagate free speech and actually teach the material. Yes, I don't care what your personal views are, as long as you allow a conversation to happen. The moment you don't allow a conversation to happen in the classroom is the moment the university dies. At which point it's just a propaganda machine. It's like, get out of here. Court of society is fine until you're having charges pressed against you for illegal footage and defamation. Yes, exactly. Yeah. Once again, I don't like it, but here we are. right? Court of Society is being enacted anyway against conservatives, or not even conservatives. Lindsay Shepherd wasn't even a conservative. She was simply someone who was trying to show two sides to an argument, and she was literally hounded at her university in Canada. I highly look up the whole situation surrounding Lindsay Shepherd. It was horrific what happened to her. And she wasn't even right wing. She was just like your average liberal. She was so shocked by what happened to her. And when she turned to her liberal friends, they cut her off. And so she had no recourse but to reach out to the internet for help, and certain things happened. And it turned out like Peter Boghossian and these more critical left-leaning people came to her aid. Jordan Peterson came to her aid. There were other people on the kind of like what we would call like the classic liberals of Canada came to her aid. And then a whole bunch of conservative people came to her aid. And she began to realize, oh, wait a minute, I was part of a cult. So she wasn't even like, it was really sad. It was really sad. Does Canada have the right to free speech? No, we have the right for freedom of expression, but not free speech. No. No. That's democracy for you. The mob rules according to its desire for catharsis. Yeah. And once again, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't advocate mob justice. I think it's kind of gross. But since these are the rules that are now being played against people who are actually just trying to mind their own business, then yeah. Advocate for civility and reason. Yes. Yeah. I think misgendering is a criminal offense in Canada. Yes. I think you'll get hauled before some kind of tribunal. There are only two sexes in the human species. United States is the only country with free speech written into the Constitution. Like other countries have it as natural, right? It's like a given. Yeah, Canada has a freedom of expression, but there's limitations to it. And once again, I'm fine with following laws of etiquette, not being an a-hole, for sure. I think that should be a natural human inclination, not, to keep certain things in check. But there's a difference between keeping things in check and not being able to share your beliefs about something. Yeah. I had to write 3 essays for my entrance to a state school. Whoa. It's difficult, but in fairness, I didn't get good marks in high school. Oh, I see, Arm. Did you feel like that process made it unfair for you? There are rules that we have. We have freedom of expression. Yeah. Johnny, I think freedom of expression is like a European/Canadian thing. America also has income tax, which is unconstitutional. So, yeah. Again, American perspective over here. To me, it truly feels like half my country are realizing everything the other half was experiencing was real. A pendulum shifted and everyone feels it, Yeah, the thing about pendulums is they swing too far. And we were talking about it in... I was talking about it with a Chinese friend in China, and we were looking at the situation during 2016, and we were talking about how there's always a pendulum, and the key is to remain closer to the middle. But the reality is people are going to swing one way or the other. States also have limitations on it. It's not being enforced to the letter. Julian Assange is one such case that anyone who cares about freedom of speech should pay attention to. Yeah, Julian Assange, that was an interesting one. Yeah. And the thing about it is like, I understand once again, like people wanting to ensure that people are not sending death threats to people or people are not behaving like complete morons in public. But there's a difference between that and having a valid conversation with someone. It's like throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And when it creeps into university, which should be it should be like fairly open forum. I always get sad when that happens. It's like, oh man, this is supposed to be university, But yeah, that's why I don't have a master's degree. That's why I'm going to remain, as ever, a Bachelor of Arts. with a degree in English literature and bullshit culture studies. Freedom of speech is a modern myth. Violators are always punished. Yeah, somebody's going to get punished one way or another. Depends on where the pendulum is swinging. Time for bed. Yeah. Must be. Yeah, it is getting late. I need to go. Oh my gosh, it's 3 o'clock. Chat. Chat is distracting me with their amazing inputs. I did study ancient civilizations in college. Ooh, epic. Oh, that's amazing. As well as sociology, but I'll never call myself an expert. Yeah. Yeah. Let's have hope that we can all reasonably live with each other. But yeah. Yeah, exactly, VLX. And that's where I'm saying I don't, like I said, some people have asked me, well, you could go to like a Christian university. And I'm like, I don't want to be stuck in propaganda on either side. So I'm aiming for the middle. Oh my Lord. Ben, were you peeping? Were you peeping? I got sucked into Elder Scrolls Online 2 days ago. Yeah. It happened. My eyes were burning at one point. And I was like, I gotta go. Because they were my eyes were actually burning. That's when I knew I'd pushed myself too much. Sleep is for the weak. You are the weak. Go to sleep. Thanks, Johnny. Yeah. Yeah, thank you for coming, Arm. Thank you for coming, Epic and VLX. Johnny, Ben, Willie, Epic. So many people. Leo. I know it got a bit political toward the end. But, you know, I don't want this... Yeah, I don't want to come away saying it was all bad. It was a bit rough at some times. Whoa, dude. The adrenaline was pumping all night. Yeah. I was like, not last night. Last night I went to bed and I passed out. I accidentally called on Steam, then messaged you, so the call didn't seem weird. I saw you when I logged off. You rising? Oh, I didn't see your message. Sorry, Ben. Keep your house safe. I like that thought. Just missed a political stream. It was only mildly. Okay, Willie, I was ranting about 4th year English literature and how it became an echo chamber. And I no longer felt comfortable with being honest about myself. And I consider myself to be fairly open to conversations. Unless you say something really stupid, like Twilight is a classic. And then I'm coming for you. Yeah, it started with anime. One of the most interesting ever. I'm okay with engaging with some political stuff, but I'm very cautious because I don't feel like I know enough to talk about practical things. And at the end of the day, I'm a practical person. I want to find a solution. I want to help the world be a better place, as stupid as that sounds. So at the end of the day, sometimes I get tired of talking about it because I recognize that there's no solution and I just have to hunker down and wait until something comes up that I can do. So part of me recognized, so I was in a very difficult period in my life where I had to make a choice whether to stay in China or return home to Canada. And I was in denial about returning home to Canada. I didn't want to do it. And so for about 1.5 years, I fomented about politics. And it was my way of coping with things that I couldn't change in my life. And it became a form of me to foam at the mouth about other people. Because my own life I was facing a very difficult decision. I didn't want to deal with it. And one day I was sitting with my Chinese friend and we were both fomenting. She's trapped in her country. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do, right? And after we talked, we looked at each other and I was like, I don't feel great. How do you feel? And she was like, I don't feel like I didn't come away from this feeling like I'd been enriched in any kind of way. I said, I think we need to stop worrying about the world and focus on what we can do. So from that time on, we would talk a bit about politics for sure, but we also encouraged each other to do productive things. She got into skateboarding and learning the ukulele, and I started studying how to program in C# and write more books, things like that. So, yeah. Yeah. So that's kind of like my takeaway is at the end of the day, there's some things you can never change. So then what do you do? And I think my answer for me, anyway, this is not me telling you what to do, okay? But my answer for me was, what can I do? And that's why I started the YouTube actually, was I don't think I can change the world. I can't change anyone's mind, but I can share my point of view in a respectful, hopefully nuanced way, and do my best to create books and stories that people enjoy, and leave it at that. Just leave it at that. As everyone knows, having an anime PFP is a clear sign of being all right. Twilight is a classic nightmare. Agreed, Johnny. It's more better than Dawntrail. To be fair, we did 5 quests. Yeah, I guess I should have played more Dawntrail. Hey, Ben. Just glad we didn't resort to name calling. I don't like name calling. Let's just say that my childhood, when my mom wasn't in a good mental space, left me very cautious about things like that. I tried to avoid that at all costs. No one said the classics had to be good. Also made you racist and sexist. Lucas swaying us to be civil. The very first Twilight novel to me. Oh, Wooly, how did they do that? How did they look at your large, manly frame and say, yes, this giant of a man wants to read Twilight? Was it your long hair tied back in a ponytail? Were you like giving off accidental gay vibes? What was happening, Wooly? Why would they recommend that? It's really nice and wholesome. Ah. If you didn't like Twilight, you should try the Twilight Life and Death spinoff. It's so much better. Is it? I did not know that there was a spinoff. Wow. Yeah, exactly. Don't tell me what to do. You don't pay my sub. I thought you started YouTube as so you could leave your job. No, I did not start YouTube at all to make money. So I'm okay with not getting monetized right away. I'm honestly just chilling here. One day you'll read Name of the Wind and discover a book worse than Twilight. I don't like the name calling either. It's ugly language. It doesn't... Yeah, I think it's unnecessary. Now, every now and then, something gonna like twat, numbskull, numbnuts. But generally speaking, I try not to, like in my videos, I try my best not to be extremely derogatory. Well, I was extremely slender before age 25 and beardless. Ah, so you were passing as a flamboyant person. And they said, there is a man who's asking to read girls' romances. Wow, Wooly. What a change. Transformation. Like a magical girl transformation, but it's a magical Liam Neeson taken transformation. Chieko, endless insult ASMR. I'll just read some Shakespeare. Oh, you got into Bella fanfiction. I was into Snape Hermione fanfiction with arranged marriages. That's where I went. Snape Hermione, Snape Harry, Yue Toya. I won't even go down the path of Loki, but yeah. But she's like half his age. Arranged marriage, VLX. It's okay. It's usually post-war when she was 18. Chat, calm down. Like, they always made sure that she was of age. Although I think a couple times, like, she didn't, like, it wasn't physically consummated, but she was younger and there had to be, like, actually, I have an aunt who married at the age of 16. It's a very sad story, but basically, because my family immigrated from Holland, and they were very poor, and they'd come out of the World War II, not worse for the wear. So what happened is my aunt, who was a very, very pretty girl, very, very, very sexy Dutch girl, you know, platinum blonde hair, the whole thing. But guess what? Because of the food situation in Holland through the World War II, my aunt's teeth had completely rotted. Like, we're talking black. We're talking black. And the girls at her school bullied her so much, she couldn't handle going to school anymore. This is what I heard from someone recently. And so she met and fell in love with the man who would become her husband. But he was, I think, 20-something. And I think she might have been 16 or 17. So they got parental permission. I believe my Opa and Oma had to sign a special document to make it happen. So there was special dispensation from the government to allow it. But basically, my aunt dropped out of high school because of extreme bullying from other girls because of her rotting teeth. She got her teeth replaced. She's a lovely, lovely lady. Went on to have kids. And she's still staying with the same man that she met when she was a teen. Very wild. But very rare, I should say. I'm not advocating for weird aged relationships, by the way. Chieko owns a white van. Yes. But if I own a white van and I'm driving it around, there's only two things I'm picking up. Catboys and Ben's sausage rolls. I'm coming for Ben's sausage rolls. That's it. That's all I'm coming for. An ice cream truck without ice cream. Yes, only sausage rolls and Catboys. The Germans took the food. Yeah. Yeah. The Germans took everything. Yeah. It devastated some of my family members. Spinoff is basically what if Twilight was gender switched? It fixed so many issues, it wasn't even funny. It was way less creepy. The characters act way more natural, and it finishes on a good note. Wow. She also probably learned from how to write better, right? You need more time to learn how to write better. Yeah, Johnny's freaking out about my aunt's story. It was a different time for sure, but I'm not advocating that kind of relationship, but anyway. Okay, let's end it here. Let's end it with a positive thought, which is what exactly are we talking about? What is positive? Ice cream trucks. Ice cream trucks are very positive. Very positive. Good night, Wooly. Good night, Johnny, Ben, Leo, VLX, Arm, Epic, everyone else. Rufus is still here. Wow, what a Chad. I did not even know. He was lurking probably. He's a lurker. No matter how shot your day is, I make sausage rolls. Exactly. I'll come around in a white van that I cannot drive. It's always darkest before dawn. Exactly, Epic. All right, so I'll see everyone around. I can't promise when it will happen, but keep an eye out because I'll probably be hopping on and off on Saturday for sure. So if you want to play some Mop Remix Saturday, I think that will be happening. Okay, let's end it here and have everyone have a good night.